All right, good evening, everybody. It's 5:01 p.m. We'll call the Tuesday, December 3rd, 2024 Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting to order. Ms. Shope, can I have a roll call?
Yes, you may. Greg Schneider is not able to be here this evening. Brian Nichols
Here.
and Brian Anderson.
Here.
All members are present except Greg Schneider.
Thank you. Next is item 1C, approval of the agenda. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
And I will second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That carries unanimously. Item 1D, approval of the minutes from November 5th. Those were shared. Anyone have any comments, corrections? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
I do not have anything. So moved.
And I will second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That carries unanimously. We'll move on to item 2A. Facilities Manager Certification Recognition. Mr. Burko, Mr. Ladd. Mr. Chady?
Yeah, thank you. This evening, we would like to recognize Tommy Bricko and Scott Ladd upon the completion of their Facility Master Certification Program. That's a certification program offered through the Wisconsin Association of School Business Officials. There's there's a growing number of certified maintenance facility staff throughout the state, but these are, I think, the first two, at least currently with the School District of Beloit. Probably Mario and maybe Sean of the past were probably through the program, and maybe some others as well. But it's nice to have some individuals go through the program, partake in some professional development, kind of some challenge along the way, take on and learn some new ways of doing things, meet with new vendors, and perhaps even more importantly, have the ability to network with colleagues who do similar work in other districts, and the opportunity to learn best practices, gain insights, and just develop that connection. So the WASBO program, this certificate program, it requires 32 hours of attendance at professional development. WASBO offers a number of conferences throughout the school year and even the calendar year. There are some programs that they offer over the summer months that are day programs, and quite honestly, less expensive for the district to pay for than some of the other conferences. But it typically takes around 18, 24, maybe 30 months or so to complete the certificate program. And both Tommy and Scott did it in about 18 months, I think, thereabouts. So that's pretty cool. And, I was reflecting about this. The certificate program is something that I've encouraged maintenance staff, custodial staff in my prior districts to participate in. And I think Tommy and Scott are number 4 and number 5 as far as custodians and maintenance staff that have completed the program under my wings, so to speak. So I just wanted to recognize the two of them. We don't have certificates to actually present to them. Both of the individuals will be recognized by WASBO at the spring conference in mid-May. I think that's back in the Dells, if I recall correctly. So WASBO will recognize them and others in their cohort that have completed the program. But I do think it appropriate to offer our accolades to the two of them for contributing to their professional growth and development on behalf of the district. You guys want to say anything? I didn't offer that beforehand, but
No, I would like to thank Bob under your leadership and of course the school district for allowing us this opportunity. Just to echo some of Bob's sentiments, I find it an invaluable experience to be able to network with colleagues. Like you said, we're also lifelong learners and learning new, kind of what's new out there in the field is good to kind of have, and like you said, network with colleagues around the state. And it was definitely beneficial.
yeah, and the certificate program has 7 or 8 different modules? 8 modules that are revolved around various things. So basically at each WASBO conference, they try to tailor a suite of sessions or courses that facilities staff can go to that revolve around that. So it's been good to have them connected and partaking in that professional learning. So.
And learning that the growing pains and pain points that we experience here in the school district on the facilities front, we're not the only ones out there. So
Right.
we're all, a lot of districts are in the same boat. So that's also sometimes comforting to be able to see this.
Yeah. So again, my thanks to the both of you. Congratulations, and we'll celebrate a little more appropriately perhaps in May. All right. Good deal.
All right, again, thank you, gentlemen. Well-deserved, and thanks for doing the work. We'll move on to item 2B, the 2025-26 key budgetary activities by month.
Yeah, so tonight I wanted to share with the committee kind of the high-level work project, so to speak, that'll be undertaken from a monthly perspective with regards to the 25-26 budget. And I'm sitting here talking, I forgot I should present this up on the screen for the people viewing at home as well. Just bear with me a minute. There we go. I'll make it a little bit bigger. So again, this doesn't get into a lot of the details and the minutia, but it does speak to the high-level undertakings, what the focus is from a business office perspective in each of the months between now and the end of June. So, you know, here we are in December of '24. Some of the big items on here is, you know, we really want to work on a staffing plan. Friday of this week is our first payroll of the month, and we want to use that as essentially the snapshot date to reflect what positions we have that are filled, by whom, tie out costs and everything to that as well, and more importantly, then also identify vacancies. And we'll be working on the staffing plan really over the next 2-3 months probably to kind of bring forward what our plan is as far as staffing for the 25-26 school year. Obviously, referendum planning is a key focus here in December now. Boy, I wish it was still November. Board of Education will need to take action on a potential referenda question or questions, and I think we'll see that here later this evening. You know, trying to identify budget priorities and strategies, how that aligns to our strategic plan and the district goals that the Board of Education has set. You know, the Baird budget model is in hand. We need to continue to refine that and build out a 5-year forecast. And again, a reminder what the school board saw, was it a week ago or thereabouts, week and a half ago, something like that. We hit the target, but we're far from the bullseye. So we need to continue to refine, and you'll see various iterations of the budget scenarios over time. And those numbers will adjust over time as we acquire additional and new insights and information. Administrative contracts, typically in December through the mid part of January. Administrative contracts need to be attended to. So that's just on there as a to-do. Dr. Garrison and I have begun our one-on-one meetings with school board members to talk about the 24-25 budget process, what was liked, disliked, suggestions for improvement, et cetera. And then also, more importantly, taking a look at what's needed in 25-26 so we can plan and schedule accordingly. Budget assumptions and variables, that's really key within the budget model, is to identify what our assumptions and variables are. So we'll be working on that here this month. Actually saw a document being shared amongst business officials here in the southern part of the state asking that same question. You know, how much are they looking at as a salary and wage increase in 25-26? What are they looking at for a health insurance increase in 25-26, et cetera? And then I've got on here a review of our top vendors by spend. Last year, I developed a list that captured all vendors that we spent over $100,000 or more with in the 23-24 school year. I've lowered that value to $50,000 this year simply to capture more vendors. But that vendor list that we're working through is about 55% of our total spend is with this group of vendors. So I think it's really key to look at that every year to try to identify, are there things on there that were one-time purchases, perhaps that won't be carried forward? And more importantly, are there contracts on there or other items that perhaps have the opportunity to be renegotiated with those vendors in a cost savings effort? So. And then kind of carried forward, you could see the activities in the month of January. Key in there will be our pupil count date, January 10th, which is the second Friday. That'll be utilized then to help gauge 25-26 enrollment projections. January 21st, a key deadline for the school board to adopt a referendum question or questions that may be placed on the ballot, and then referendum communications plan. And you can see that referendum communications plan carries forward through the months of February and March as well. In February, continuing work on that staffing plan and bringing a draft before the committee and board. School and department budgets will be released in February. We'll start to get a little bit of insight with regards to the 25-27 state biennial budget in February. The governor will announce his budget request to the legislature. That will be by far from what the actuality will be towards the end of June, but it will provide a little bit of direction to us. So in March then, again, that staffing plan related to that might be preliminary notices of non-renewal, if any. Ideally could come before the board in March. It's not required to be before the board until the end of April, though quite honestly, if there's any employees that will be non-renewing typically for performance, though some could very well be for financial reasons, the sooner we can notify those individuals, get them into the labor market, the better off for them as well. So could we wait till the end of April? We could, but the sooner probably the better. So in March, prior to spring break, we'll be asking schools and departments to get their budget packets back to the business office so we can start planning all of that. And I'll just note this really important one here at the bottom of the March column. My wife and I will celebrate our 30th wedding anniversary in the month of March, and I'll be gone for a week. I understand that that'll be kind of right in time with the referendum education components, and we'll try our best to work around that, but you can count on me for being gone for a week this coming year. And then looking forward in April, May, and June as well. Again, those preliminary notices and final notices of non-renewal, depending upon the timeline that we choose there. We do anticipate bringing a preliminary budget update to the board in the month of April. Obviously, it won't be on the first Tuesday of the month, which will be April Fool's Day, though that might be fitting. That will also be Election Day. So likely thereafter, once we've kind of had that election cycle behind us, and if we've got a referendum question or questions on the ballot, we'll know those outcomes, and then we can start talking about preliminary budgets from there. Preliminary budgets will be back before the board then in May and June, both the committee and the board, and probably seeking a balanced preliminary budget adoption by the school board at your second school board meeting in the month of June, whatever that date is. So that's kind of the timeline. Now, I'll point out here that, the board will be asked and we'll be working on a preliminary budget. We really won't have much guidance as to what the state biennial budget will look like. So we won't know, will we be receiving additional revenues beyond the $325 per pupil increase within the revenue limit? There will be an effort to try to boost that amount. We'll see if that's successful or not. Will there be any changes in the low revenue limit ceiling within the revenue limit? Will there be per pupil aid adjustments? We just, changes in special education categorical aid. We really won't know any of that until mid-June at the earliest in all likelihood, and probably even thereafter. So as I was speaking with the school board member earlier today, the preliminary budget that will be back before the board to review and adopt in late spring, May, June timeframe will have significant changes thereafter. But, we'll adhere to the timeframe that it should be. So again, that's kind of the key activities by month, high level. Be more than happy to address questions. If there's anything that you're looking at and thinking, boy, I don't see that on there, should that be in there someplace? Certainly let me know, and we can speak about that. Beyond what's presented here, to be honest with you, internally, I've got my own cheat sheet that talks about hey, we need to be going out to RFP with our business and property liability workers' compensation insurances. So we'll begin that effort here in December. We'll probably release an RFP for that in January. In January, February, we'll begin work with RICO and our managed print devices, copy machines and printers. We have a number of those that are currently leased, and a number of them will come off lease here in late summer of '25. So we'll be going through an RFP process for that as well. We'll be looking at our Chartwell's contract and staffing, doing the same with HES, all of the big ones, you know. So kind of have those on my side of the ledger as far as what activities need to be taking place in December, January, February, March, so that we can attend to those and try to find cost savings for the district along the way. Any questions?
Any questions from any of the committee members or other board members in attendance? Looks like Mr. Nichols, you have your hand up if you want to go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Well, first of all, I don't really have any questions that come to pop to mind, but Bob, I think Mr. Che, thank you so much. I think this is a great piece to keep handy in our briefcase or on our desk or whatever to keep in touch with everything that's got. There's a lot of things, as you well said, there's a lot of things going on and going to be going on. And, you know, the whole thing with the state biennial budget, I've never been through that before, so that's ought to be interesting. So you can probably share oodles of information about something like that, but anyway. But thank you. I think this is a good. If anything comes to mind, I'll certainly reach out to you. But I think this is a great start.
Yeah, anytime. And with regards to the state biennial budget, I'll just kind of lay out how that'll work for you. So the state legislature's Joint Committee on Finance will likely begin their work with some budget hearings throughout the state. Typically, that takes place from late February through early April. There will probably be 4 or 5 of those. If we desire to go and testify, speak at those, we'll be provided 3 minutes to do so. You'll need to be there by probably 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning to get on the sign-up sheet. And you'll be lucky if you're called to speak by about 2:30 in the afternoon. So it's a day thing. And again, you do all that wait for 3 minutes. But more importantly, the reality is that a lot of the work with regards to public education conducted by the state legislature and funding takes place behind closed doors. And the lion's share of the public education budget will be determined overnight in a late night experience of the legislature, typically mid to late June, and you'll kind of wake up the next morning and find out what they determined overnight, and that's how it works. So there'll be a lot of advocacy efforts, both from business officials, district superintendents, school board members as well. But it's an interesting process nonetheless, you're right, so.
All right, yeah, thank you, Mr. Shady, for that. I think that does lay out that there's a lot to do, and as always, not a lot of time to do it. So, all right, well, if there's nothing else, we'll move on. Item 2C on the agenda, proposed summer 25 Aldrich roof partial replacement.
I'm going to comment here.
As they get set up, Mr. Anderson, do you mind?
Please do.
You know, one of the things that we've been talking about over the course of the past, 3 years since we came into the conversation is the Aldrich roof conversation. There's parts of our roof that we need to replace, and there's parts of this conversation that we've had to put off due to different budgetary constraints that we've had to kind of work through. Even last year when we looked at our budget, we had to kind of put some hold on certain projects. But at a certain point, we have to recognize that, certain things can't hold anymore. And we also run into the conversation around the what ifs. What if the roof doesn't hold, right? What if we continue to have to, patch and, of course, flooding and there's just a lot of different things that we run into when we're trying to figure out how to maintain our facilities with limited resources. With that being stated, I did believe it was a conversational point today that we could have with the Business Operations and Finance Committee. We're not asking you all to make any decisions tonight, but also to kind of hear kind of what we've had to, hate to say necessarily endure, but what we're proposing and or we'll be looking at. There will be another conversation in the January timeframe, and then of course we'll probably move that conversation at that point onto the full board with a potential recommendation. We want to honor the work that our facilities team has done, keeping us afloat, and that's not the right word because the Aldrich isn't sinking, but to keep Aldrich from, what's another word I could use, from sinking, keep the roof from falling. I want to honor the work that the facilities team has done to keep things in place. So I would like to say thank you to, of course, Mr. Bricko, Mr. Ladd, everyone who had anything to do with, helping us out in this conversation. I can't name all the guys and ladies that support this work, but again, thank you for, keeping things in the best condition that we possibly can, knowing that we have these, possible constraints. And so I did want to open up with just that high-level thought process. Again, we're not asking the committee to make any decisions tonight, but to kind of hear where we are. We will bring this back in January, and then, of course, from there, decide kind of how we want to move. So I'll turn it back over to Mr. Chady and team for discussion.
Great. Okay, everybody hear me? Good. Thank you, Dr. Garrison, and thanks, Bob. So we can move on to the next slide here. I'll take everybody here. Kind of the infamous slide that we've shared since last fall when the district conducted the district-wide facilities assessment report with EUA and Findorf. It was about this time last year that we leveraged this data to kind of identify what the projects of summer of 2024 would be. And as we all know, looking at this report, Hackett and Aldrich both were deemed necessary and critical to have our roofs looked at least partially on those sections. So again, as I've mentioned in other presentations, I'm really appreciative of the work that Findorf and EUA put into our assessment throughout the district, and having access to this wealth of data is really critical for me, my team, as we kind of look and plan out our capital projects over the next 10 years. So as we all know, Hackett was completed this last summer. We can go to the next slide, Bob. So yes, last fall, following the presentation of EUA and Findorf, we recognized the need to prioritize roofing replacements at both Hackett and Aldrich. We presented to the board in December of 23 the bid results for both Hackett and Aldrich. Hackett was approved and completed on schedule and on budget during the summer of 24 for $477,351. So I'll talk a little bit more in the presentation here, but it is my recommendation that we do move forward with awarding the bids out for the Aldrich replacements on the sections A, B, C, H, I, J, K, L for the summer of 2025. Next slide. So here you can see kind of a bird's eye view of the roofing sections that we're looking at replacing. Sections J, K, and L are all from 1990 to 1992, the last time that those were replaced, and are certainly at the end of their life cycle. If you look at the pictures there, you can see drainage, erosion, the sealant, flashing points, ponding on the roof. To Dr. Garrison's point, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't guarantee, what could potentially happen in some of these sections if we choose to kick the can further down the road. So again, based on the previous slide, I said that this is, from my vantage point, this would be a good candidate to look at wrapping up in summer of 2025. Just for everybody's information or knowledge base here, we went out to RFP last year around this time. The bid, it was the desire then that GBR Roofing be awarded for the labor. You'll note that Pioneer Roofing, which was the contractors that did the Hackett project, they actually bid lower on bid item 4, which was sections JKL. After going back to GBR, they guaranteed to come in at that rate, so it made sense for us to award all bid items to one contractor versus splitting it out between Pioneer and GBR. So it's the desire to award the bid items to GBR for labor, and then Roofers Mart would be the lowest of the bids for the materials. So currently, right now, we have year-to-date $986,000 remaining in Fund 10 for capital improvements for the rest of FY25. Similar to what we did with Hackett, if folks recall, we straddled the costs, both labor and material, between FY23-24. So total cost for Aldrich replacement on those sections would be $1,080,609. Again, we would look at, given what's left in the Fund 10 budget, we would straddle the costs over those 2 fiscal years so it wouldn't hit the budget too hard up front. In addition, I think this is a really critical point to be mindful of. The district received confirmation last week that GBR and Roofers Mart, both labor and material contractors, would honor their bid pricing that they gave us a year ago. And it's pretty generous, in my opinion. So something to be, to consider. I can't guarantee, almost would put my money on it, that offer would not be on the table if we choose to kick it down the road, perhaps another summer, say 26. So again, reiterating my desire and my professional opinion to get these done and wrapped up in summer of 25. Looking ahead, so sort of jumping off the subject of Aldrich's roofing, certainly we know, based on the Findorf's assessment, EUA and Findorf's assessment, that there are plenty of capital needs across the district over the next 10 years. This slide was pulled from Findorf's budget report that breaks down sort of by the category. Interiors, so that's where you're talking about your inside finishes, ceilings, flooring, woodwork. Your site category, your athletic fields, playgrounds, parking lots, landscaping, envelope and roofing, windows, roofing, brick, mortar, kind of the exterior, and of course systems. That's where you're talking about all of your MEP, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, HVAC, fire protection, and lighting. So this slide, I think, kind of gives a good breakdown as we look at capital costs over the next 10 years of where those kind of high-level categories are going to fit based on Findorf's budgets of what it's going to cost for the district over the next 10 years if we wanted to tackle all of these critical components there. So go to the next slide. This slide does a good job of breaking it down by site location, and Mr. Chady and I kind of took a look at this slide, and I met with Dr. Garrison last week. So taking McNeil and Wright, for instance, off of the equation there, we're still looking at over the next, 10 years, about $125 million in capital improvement needs across the district. And if kind of referring back to that initial slide in this presentation of the grid, the Likert scale of 1 to 5. Of course, not all of those categories are currently at a critical, i.e. 1 or 2 mark, but over the next 10 years, you can assume that those systems and other categories are going to continue to age and come to the end of their life cycles. Just wanted to put this in as, I don't know if folks remember, a few weeks ago we had that influx of rain early in the week. I thought it important to bring this to light. Unforeseen costs and unexpected occurrences that happen all every day. We get calls of plumbing issues, or in this case we had received 2 reports from both Gaston and Converse about 3 different classrooms that sprung leaks due to faulty roofing on those buildings as well. So the point of kind of bringing this to fruition and to light is for folks to keep in mind that, while we see the categorical projections over the next 10 years of where we need to kind of focus our priorities on, we have unforeseen occurrences that happen nearly every day in our district that we need to, just keep in the back of our head that again, as these systems age, they're going to require our attention and our resources. So that's that slide there. Some more photographs here that kind of showcase some of our areas in need across our buildings. Converse, you see there, sort of an outdated bathroom. I'm sure, Scott, you're familiar with both those Converse and Robinson bathrooms that look like they're from the 1950s. Cunningham interior, you got your ceiling tiles, you got outdated plumbing and looks like the laundry fixtures there at Todd. But that was just to kind of give folks, more concrete evidence there of what the photographs, pictures speak 1,000 words. So in addition to the kind of bringing it back to Aldrich, I wanted to share this photograph too, because I've been working with Batterman on going to RFP on parking lot replacements at Aldrich too. So I just want to, to keep in everybody's mind, I would like to plan on coming back if we're going to look at kind of keeping Aldrich closed summer of '25 and focusing our capital efforts there, roofing. You can see here this parking lot along Northgate. That's the main drop-off area. Almost looks like a sinkhole there. That pothole is expanding quite rapidly. And after meeting on site with Batterman a couple of weeks ago, the abundance of alligator cracking throughout the parking lot deems this as a candidate for a total replacement. So unlike the parking lot job that we did at the high school, which was more or less infrared patch repair, seal coat, restriping, this would be a full-on replacement. You got the sub base, thank you, Bob, that's failing. And so after assessing it with Batterman, they recommended that be completely replaced. So again, timing-wise, as we look to kind of take on some of these bigger projects during summer months where we can kind of plan ahead, and as you know, January is the time that we start planning for summer school. I think sooner than later, we decide what to do and move forward on Aldrich would be good for all parties involved. Hackett there, kind of tugs at the heartstrings for me. That's the only elementary school in our district that does not have green space for their students. I know that's been a concern for staff. Ryan and the teachers over there have definitely made that apparent that would be great if we could look at providing some green space for our students at Hackett. So that, I believe, brings us to any questions for folks.
Any questions from any committee members? Any other board members present? Ms. Johnson?
Mr. Bricko, I'm wondering, I know that there was discussion about a grant that is no longer being discussed. Are there any other opportunities that you are aware of or that you would encourage community members, if they are aware of any possible such grants, either through EPA or privately, to help us with our roofing situation, and perhaps even thinking beyond just roofing, but
Great.
solar or other opportunities to use our roofs to help with our financial needs as well?
Right. It's a good question. I'm not off the top of my head aware of any, but to acknowledge your point there, the community change grant that we were going for was an excellent opportunity. Unfortunately, that is no longer there. But I think Allied, who we're working with on discussions around solar panel installs, I don't want to misspeak, but I think I'm sure there are opportunities to look at. Timing, of course, and deadlines, to get grants, proposals submitted. I can't guarantee that would be a reliable source if we're looking to move forward on summer of '25. But I'm not sure if Mr. Chady knows of any.
I would speak that there have been federal grant funds available to help offset some of those local costs. But those grant funds generally go towards making improvements in the roofing infrastructure, not replacing the roof, but the underlying foundation, the supports of the roof, that might be necessary to then support solar on top of the roof. But again, much like the community change grant opportunity appears to be slipping away from us or is no longer available, some of those other federal infrastructure grants will likely disappear early in 2025 as well, would be my instinct. Yeah. So, if we were to do local kind of state effort grants, Wisconsin Focus on Energy would provide some rebate opportunity. There is the Couliard Foundation in Deerfield, which is specific to solar. So they, I'm certain, would likely be willing to contribute something. But that's rather small in comparison to what those projects, entails from a cost perspective. But they do help offset local costs, so, yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Nichols?
Thank you. Mr. Bricko, thank you for that presentation. Although, by the way, congratulations again to you and Scott. That's great. I'm glad you guys got that certification.
Thank you.
Thank you for your hard work. So I'm not going to have you pull up the other slide, but so basically what you're asking for is $94,000 above what's available in the Capital 10 fund. Is that correct?
So the 986 remaining, Mr. Nichols, not all that expense at once. What we would do is we would look to straddle that 1,080,000, kind of split in
Over
half.
25 and, okay.
Yeah, so
Over
so
25 and 26. Okay.
correct. Yep, and that was the same case that we did for Hackett, which was the 488,000 that we put in 2 different fiscal years on that one.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for that clarification. I saw that, but I didn't put it together with
No, of course.
the numbers. So that's good. Okay, that's all I've got right now.
And I think, your point's well made that there's that fine line between kicking the can down the road and the ongoing maintenance cost that happens, especially with roofs, right? Because that's going to cause interior damage and that. So I think all we're asking is that you time it perfectly. But that all makes sense. And like you said, we'll see this in January to take some action on that then. Is that your recommendation?
Yeah, that is our intent, is bring it back before the committee and probably the board in January. Today was just an educational opportunity to inform, and again, it was about a year ago that we were looking at both Hackett and the Aldrich roofing project needs. So, we undertook Hackett last summer. Could we push Aldrich another year? We could, but you're also playing the risk game, right? And then if we did push it a year, our costs, we know we're gonna go up because
Right.
the vendors are already holding their labor bid and their materials bid from a year ago. So we're appreciative of the fact that they're willing to hold firm on that for us, but to ask them to hold it for 2 years is unlikely.
Right. Real quick too, I know last year there was a question about the warranties for Hackett when that was awarded to Pioneer and Roofers Mart. So similar to that, the contractor 5-year workmanship warranty, and then product warranty is 20 years. So I just wanted to mention that if folks had any questions about that.
Perfect. Great. Thank you for that. We'll move on then to item 3A, titled Appreciation to and Dissolution of Ad Hoc Finance Budget Committee. I'll just start this out by saying, this committee formed the ad hoc committee to look at our budget for the school year that we're in, and I'd just like to say I think they did a great job. I think they shared their time and toil and expertise, and I think we were able to implement a good portion of the recommendations. And so I just want to share my appreciation with that group, and my hope is that we can find ways to use that group's knowledge in another capacity, but that's for the full board to decide. So the committee runs its course naturally by December 31st. That was the charge we gave. The other part of the charge was to discuss the budget that we now have in place and have adopted. So, in my opinion, although I'd love to see a similar committee move forward, I think it's important that this committee be dissolved, and if it board so chooses to resurrect it in another fashion, that we can certainly take that action. So I'd open up to any discussion for committee members. Mr. Nichols?
Thank you again. Well, I kind of have a different perspective. First of all, yes, the ad hoc committee, budget committee, did a great job, and they should be commended for all the work that they did, and a lot of hours, and the assistance of Mr. Chady and his group, and Dr. Garrison and everybody in the administration. I don't know that we need to end. I think we just need to extend this committee to like May 30th, 31st, 2025 with the same members, should they want to stay. And that way we can hit the ground running, assuming we could move this to the board tonight and get approved in the ad hoc space that's on the full board agenda. And we're ready to, and we could change the name, just change the name to budget 25, 26 budget and 25, 26 referendum. And because this committee started here, I don't see any reason that we need to end it here and move it into the board, where the board has to prove it anyway. So I think we would be more efficient with our time, when time is of the essence, to just extend this to May 31st, 2025. And again, if we have some members who don't want to continue on, then we could open it up for other community members and fill out the spots. So that's my viewpoint, my suggestion.
Any comments from any other board members present? No. Ms. Johnson?
That's actually a good idea.
So I get the idea of the efficiency to keep it in place, because I think to some extent, at least for those in the room, are the desire to continue to get their feedback on some of these other upcoming challenges. I'm nervous about not having a kind of a clean charge from one group to another, changing members. That's a lot of updates other than just dates. You're looking at updating an ending date, redefining the charge entirely. I think I would lean to if we wanted to, we could not take action. Again, by doing nothing, it would dissolve itself at the end of the year, and we could bring it at the full board to say, hey, do we want to change the charge? Because like you said, Mr. Nichols, it's going to end up there anyway. But I think that's, when you change something too much, it's almost a new thing. And that's kind of how that would feel if we change the length, the charge, and the members, potentially. It feels like a different committee to me. So,
If I could offer a couple of comments on that as well. With regards to the length, I would almost advocate, instead of going through May 31st, that we go through October 31st, right? So why not just put the ad hoc committee in place in case work needs to continue after the state biennial budget's approved, and we know those impacts, July, August, September. We certainly don't want to be doing a lot of work in those months, but the reality is, until we know what we're going to be getting from the state with regards to anything new, there's going to be a lot of work taking place July, August, and September with regards to things. So if the board has to adopt the original budget by the end of October, why not just take the committee through that time frame as well? With regards to, so the ad hoc finance budget committee of old was charged by the finance, business operations finance committee. So really all of their work came back to the committee where we're at tonight, and then and then from there, it got forwarded to the board, and then we would have conversations both at the committee and at the board table about the same things. So I do think there is a bit of efficiency by having the ad hoc committee charged by the full school board, and that way stuff can come back before the entire board. But that's for the board and the committee to decide, not for myself to decide.
Mr. Anderson? The good thing about the work is that from an internal perspective, we will continue to have conversations around the budget. That's just what we do internally. I do believe the ad hoc committee, as it stands, will need a new charge, and so I do agree with you, Mr. Anderson, that although the recommendation is to dissolve the committee from the administration side, it's not like we're getting rid of it. It's just that we're passing it back to the full board for consideration as it pertains to the new charge. This charge was specific, and now we have worked through that specific charge, and we will want to continue to work with the committee under a similar charge or a completely or a different charge. And so my hopes is that we can continue to support the work of the committee, as well as some of the work internally with the administration working together moving forward. So that's just my thoughts on that. I've always been open to, of course, the collaboration. And so that'll be something that we will want to continue. But again, I actually agree with, your recommendation or your thoughts, Mr. Anderson, that we can dissolve it. It's going to, come back before the full board for additional conversation, different possible, charge. And then, of course, we continue to work as administration has discussed. But thank you so much for allowing the time to kind of discuss it.
All right, I'll give anybody else another shot of chatting about it. Mr. Nichols, did you have anything else to add?
Well, I like Mr. Chady's idea to run it through October the 31st for the reasons he gave. I think that's a great idea. I guess I'm not. I guess I'm okay if we dissolve it tonight. I just hope that we can come together in the next 45 minutes or an hour and form it to move forward. And again, so that we don't lose any momentum that we have because of all the things that we just saw on Mr. Shady's spreadsheet and all the things coming up. So I think time is of the essence. So I'm okay with that.
So I guess what I'm hearing is you don't want to see, Mr. Nichols, you don't want to see a lapse, and so I guess one way to accomplish that would be if we simply, you want to make sure that there's overlap between these, so we get rid of one and charge a new mandate with, within a reasonable time frame, then we could put this on the full board agenda so that charge can be thought out, very specifically. Again, it can be broader, but to have it laid out, with some good thought. Because I know when going through this process the first time, there were some challenges in getting, some consensus on the language for that charge, right? So one option would be we can dissolve it and get this on an agenda to have a new one, or we can do nothing. Again, it will dissolve on its own and have a new agenda item at the full board level. So I think we could attack it either way. Any other discussions? It is an action item, so I would entertain any motions. Last call for any motions on item 3A. All right, hearing none, we will move on. Takes us to item 4A. Next meeting date will be, as right now, scheduled Tuesday, January 7th of 2025. That is at 5 p.m. in this building. And we'll move on to item 4B for adjournment. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And I will second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and opposed? That carries unanimously. We are adjourned, and the full business meeting will start in approximately 7 minutes.
We'll be starting in about a minute. Ms. Shope, are you ready? Board members, everyone ready? Wonderful. I would like to call to order tonight's regular school board meeting, December 3rd. Ms. Shope, may I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Greg Schneider cannot be here this evening. Amy Levy? Here. Brian Nichols?
Here.
Brian Anderson?
Here?
Tom Hankins?
Here.
Megan Miller? Present. And Tia Johnson.
I am here.
All members are present except Greg Schneider.
Thank you. And tonight we have the privilege of having Principal Stengel from Fruzen Middle School to introduce our leaders for tonight's Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Stengel?
Thank you. I'm going to have our two students come on up here. So from Fruzen tonight, we have 8th grader Ricardo and 6th grader Kalen, and they are going to say the pledge for us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
Of the United States of America.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This for
Thank you so much. For our president's report tonight, I'm going to start with a quote.
Point of order.
Yes?
Would you like to approve the agenda?
Oh, thank you. I did go out of order, didn't I? Thank you, Ms. Shope, for keeping me on my toes. Can I get an approval of the agenda, please?
So moved. Second?
Motion by Amy Levy, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion? Mr. Nichols, is your hand raised for agenda discussion?
It is. I would like to pull 7D from the consent agenda. I don't believe that's been through committee and or should come to committee before it comes to the consent agenda. So I recommend we pull 7D.
Okay, so we have an amendment is to the motion by Brian Nichols to remove item 7D. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Second by Tom Hankins on the amendment of removing 7D. Any discussion? Ms. Levy?
Thank you. Is the recommendation that that goes to TLE or the business subcommittee?
I believe it should be TLE, but I stand to be corrected.
The recommendation is to remove 7D and move it to the TLE committee. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, is that, and just so that I understand, then that's your motion? That's the amendment to the original motion?
Correct.
Ms. Miller?
Thanks. I just want to get clarity. We're talking about 7, like D as in David, or 7B as in boy? The first one? Okay. So the Clean School Bus Program Award, you want to send to Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services? I'm so confused. I'm looking at the wrong, oh, I'm at 6,
No,
okay.
no,
Oh, that
7D.
makes sense. Okay.
7.
Got it. I was very confused. Now I get it. So, all right. I guess my only question would then be like, there must be a reason it was put on the consent agenda. Could administration weigh in about why it's on there? Like, is there a deadline that we need to adhere to, I guess is what I'm getting at?
So thank you, Ms. Miller. So 2 things. One, what's being suggested to be pulled, the Beloit Learning Accounting Professional Learning Marzano Agreement. First of all, that's a part of a grant that we have that actually pays for this program. But when we changed the, I want to say policy 672.1, we changed it to the $25,000 threshold. And so now we, of course, have to bring certain conversations back to the full board for consideration. Now, in the policy, it doesn't state necessarily that we're supposed to bring it back to the TLE or, let's say, the policy committee. I'm not TLE or the, let's say, business operation and finance committee. It doesn't necessarily state that. And so I put it here on the consent agenda for consideration. This is why it's there for discussion. We could, of course, provide the board with any information that it needs as to why we believe this should be approved. However, again, this is something that we've been doing, but now that we have the $25,000 threshold to bring back to the board, this is where we had to land. Again, this is something that we've been doing already as well.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you so much. So I guess it would be my preference. It sounds like that there's a lot to unpack there, and it sounds like if the board so chooses when we get to that item, we could maybe make a motion to send it to a committee. But with respect to your amended motion recommendation, Board Vice President Nichols, I would prefer that we keep it on there so we can have the full discussion.
Mr. Hankins?
I guess I'm a little bit confused. I heard the word grant, but you're asking for us to spend money. So I'm not sure where that lies in because it goes over that 25,000, but I heard the word grant in there. So where is the cutoff and, how much is grant funded and how much is district funded?
Thank you. Right now, we are discussing whether or not this should be removed, so that's an awesome question. And I think one that is, a fair question, but right now, let's just focus on the agenda and whether we should have this discussion tonight or if it should be a discussion in TLE. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, all in favor to remove 70 to go to TLE? Aye, please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Nichols, you were an aye? I'm sorry, Ms. Schultz, would you do a
Yes,
roll call,
yes.
please?
Yes, I was an aye.
Amy Levy?
Nay.
Brian Nichols, you said you were an aye.
Correct.
Brian Anderson?
Nay?
Tom Hankins?
Aye.
Megan Miller?
Nay?
And Tia Johnson.
Aye.
So the motion failed. It was a tie, so the nays have it.
Thank you. And a vote on approval of the agenda, the original motion by Ms. Levy, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. That brings us to now the president's report. And as I said before, I'm going to start tonight off with a quote. And I know Dr. Garrison is very familiar with this one by Dr. Martin Luther King. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Since our last meeting, I have had the misfortune of seeing and hearing some ugliness in our community. Fortunately, during the same time, I have seen beauty and kindness right here in the school district of Beloit. Misinformation has been spreading that I think we need to clarify. First and foremost, we cannot legally hire unlicensed people to do a job. This is a requirement by DPI. We hire people that have licenses. Secondly, we have limited resources and we must be creative in how to best use them to ensure the highest quality of education and services we can provide. As for the misconception that Merrill is our black and brown school, it is not. We do not segregate our students or our buildings. In fact, Merrill had the second lowest black and brown combined enrollment of one of the lowest of our elementary schools buildings in the 2023-2024 school year with 203 black and brown students, compared to Robinson, who had the highest with 282 students, black and brown students. Do not fall for misinformation. If something seems not right or sounds too far-fetched, please do your research before judging and perpetuating fallacies. Thirdly, during this time, our human resources and superintendent offices have been taking some heat in the virtual sphere. Ironically, while they have been called out as the gatekeepers in terms of hiring, these are the 2 COLAC departments that have the greatest minority representation. Proportionately, they far outpass the other departments. These professionals are working hard in these difficult times to find and retain the best candidates to serve all of our students. These departments, our staff, our dedicated people that come here to work day after day, they deserve recognition and praise for not judging by skin color, but by qualifications and character. It's what we want our students to have. It's what they deserve. It's what we deserve. Folks, we have to work together to get the resources our students and our collective future deserve. Please do not lose focus on our priorities. I yearn for the day when Martin Luther King's quote can be shortened to judge by the content of their character. I sit here before you. I had an IPEP. I grew up in poverty at times. I am both black and white. If you're going to sit here and judge me, do it knowing that I have spent summers volunteering for some of your kids' tutoring so they could pass their probability and statistics course that they needed to graduate, so that you could pass your chemistry class so you could graduate. If you're going to judge me or any one of these board members, do it knowing who they are. Beloit, we are better than this. We deserve better. Please remember, we are all Team, School District of Beloit. Since our last regular board meeting on November 21st, the district held a Table Talks meeting at the Beloit Public Library. This meeting was well attended, and we had great conversations at the various tables, each led by a department cabinet leader to hear their concerns and suggestions from the community. I appreciate all the community members coming out, and I also appreciate all of the cabinet members that took their time in that evening to be there. On November 20th, Dr. Garrison, Dr. Earhart, Mr. Chady, and myself met with Quint Studer to hear advice and discuss ideas regarding a referendum. Mr. Studer shared some of his thoughts and experience on how to move school districts toward a mindset of accelerated growth, educational excellence, and accountability. Thank you, Dr. Earhart, for setting up this opportunity for us to talk with Mr. Studer. I had the opportunity to visit the School Within a School program at Aldrich Middle School. This is an alternative education program that we will hear more about tonight. I was impressed with how well the program was organized and how smoothly the day progressed. The students began the day with a sit-down breakfast at a table, and it was very welcoming. We learned social-emotional skills. This included a discussion on how to set yourself up for success through creating personal goals, surrounding yourself with positivity, and growing from your mistakes. Advice that even myself at my advanced age needed to hear again. I think we could all hear this again and again. The academic core studies began with a fun round-the-table study of vocabulary words and test skills. The dedication of the Aldrich staff and administration is amazing. They work as a team to attend each student's individual needs. When I think I have seen just about the most amazing act or gesture of educational excellence here in the School District of Beloit, there is little delay before I am unexpectedly surprised with kindness, thoughtfulness, and professionalism our staff all demonstrate. These collective efforts are what make our district great and something we can all be proud of. Lastly, I want to congratulate Corey and Casey, who became engaged to Mary over the Thanksgiving Day break. This exciting event took place at Todd Elementary, where the two first met. The Lee family tree is interwoven with the School District of Beloit, as this was also where Marcia and Arnie Lee first met decades ago. Congratulations. That ends tonight's board president report. Announcements and events.
Thank you, Board President Johnson. Good evening. The Board of Education Community-wide Table Talks held on November 21st at the Beloit Public Library was very successful with over 30 participants. Please watch for upcoming dates in 2025. Tia, do we have any dates set yet?
Tentative, we have two tentative dates that I can't,
I know, but-
January and March.
Okay.
We'll get to that another time.
Okay. This Thursday, December 5th, our Term 2 Parent-Teacher Conferences at BMHS from 5 to 7. On Saturday, December 7th, the board is holding a referendum workshop with over 100 invites sent out. If you have received an invitation but have yet to RSVP, please do ASAP so we can plan accordingly. On December 10th, Aldrich and Fruzen will be having their orchestra concert at Fruzen beginning at 6:30. Thank you. And I just want to go back to the referendum meeting on Saturday, December 7th. Please show up. We need to hear your input. We haven't decided yet whether we're going to referendum or not, but so we need to hear that input before we even take the next step. And I think it's a very valuable tool that the administration and is doing this. And I just encourage anyone who wants to have or needs to know anything about it, we'll all be there. And so, thank you very much. That ends the announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. Up next is our recognition. Oh, Ms. Levy?
Thank you so much. I just wanted clarification on the announcement. I heard that invitations went out, and then it sounds like there was an open call for community members. Is it by invitation only? Is it open to everyone? How is this being structured?
Sure. So we've sent out invitations. It's open. Naturally, it's an open meeting, so anyone can come. Of course, we send out certain invitations to people groups that we are aware of, BEA, of course, to the board, principals. Naturally, we've shared some other information with other organizations in the area. And so it is open to the public. So if someone wants to come, they can.
Perfect. Just wanted to confirm. And will it be recorded?
That we didn't set up recording for that meeting, Mrs. Levy. So it currently it's not being recorded. No, ma'am.
Our next item is recognitions. Dr. Garrison.
So it's my pleasure tonight to recognize, I like to call him Coach Brian Deneau. And so we of course want to, we were trying to get him on the calendar a couple of times for his many years of service, but it is with great pride and admiration that we recognize Brian Deneau for his exceptional contributions as an educator, soccer coach, and mentor to our students here in Beloit. His unwavering commitment to excellence and passion for supporting the growth and development of our young people has made a lasting impact in our district. So I want to first say thank you for that. As an educator, Mr. Deneau has been with us for over 25 years, or 24 years. 24 years, and consistently goes above and beyond to create a learning environment. I always try to give people extra year. No problem. So he goes beyond and beyond, above and beyond to create a learning environment where every student feels valued and encouraged by his leadership. He has an innovative approach to how he teaches, paired with his genuine care for each student. Has earned him the respect and admiration of both colleagues and students alike. He's also a wonderful MC. Just in case you haven't known, he does some MCing on the side. He was our pet rally MC, and I want to say thank you for doing that this year. I asked him when we were having the pet rally, I said, hey, you did such a wonderful job there. He said, this is my first time. So I would like to say thank you for doing that for our school. As a soccer coach, Brian has not only developed players' athletic skills, but also taught invaluable life lessons about teamwork, discipline, and perseverance. His ability to connect with each player, build trust, and motivate them on and off the field speaks to his leadership and his genuine care for the well-being and the development of his players. He's been a coach with us for over 19 years. I say over 19 years again, 19. I always give you an extra one. And that's amazing when you think about it, to be dedicated to our students and our staff for that long. I want to say thank you for that work. I know he doesn't like to share it, but I believe he's also inducted into somebody's Hall of Fame, or will be soon.
Like some soccer stuff.
But he has a lot of accolades in the area of soccer, and again, his humble approach to it is just great. We are proud to recognize Mr. Deneau for his extraordinary contributions to the education, coaching, and relationship building. His educational leadership and compassion continue to inspire and uplift everyone fortunate enough to cross his path. So without further ado, can we get a round of applause for Coach Brian Deneau? We also have a real short appreciation. We have a certificate of appreciation, and of course, for his longstanding commitment to our students. Coach Deneau.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. I will add one little bit that I think was overlooked, and that is Coach Deneau served as the junior high basketball coach, and was actually my son's basketball coach when he was at Fruzen. And Mr. Deneau, you have been involved in not just the school district of Beloit, but the community, and I appreciate everything you do and the good spirit and the spirit of excellence that you provide. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Dr. Garrison and the school board and the district just for, giving me the opportunity a long time ago to have the chance to coach the kids. And like I used to be middle school and coach little basketball, so whatever I can do, now I'm announcing girls basketball. So if you catch a girls basketball game, I'll be announcing. But I really appreciate the opportunity that the district has given me a long time ago, and hopefully we'll be able to do it for quite some time because I don't plan on stopping anytime soon.
We are at the portion of the meeting for public comment. Ms. Shope, do we have public comment tonight?
I have two. I have one in the room and I have one email.
Okay. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the norms found on the back of your comment cards and in Board Policy 187, Public Participation at Board Meetings. We ask that each of you contribute to maintaining a respectful and orderly meeting and prevent discussing confidential matters in a public forum by following these norms for public comments during board meetings. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. Ms. Shope?
So here in the room, we have Gina.
Thank you. I'm Gina Stevens, Beloit, Wisconsin. I am a county board supervisor. And at one point, people were posting flyers in my district saying that I supported sex trafficking, child sex trafficking, all over my district. They were posting it online. They're calling me all sorts of things. And this went on for months. They were posting all sorts of things about me online. And not once did I get up there and talk about how people shouldn't be saying that about me. Not once did I scold people about that. Not once. Now, at some point, people actually came to our county board meeting because there was 2 other supervisors who went through that too. People came to our county board meeting and they rallied for those 2 other supervisors. And at the end of the meeting, the chair made a comment about that. I found that completely inappropriate, that our chair took time during our county board meeting to discuss that. I found that inappropriate. Now, with that said, elected officials should not respond to public comments made from the floor. Their job is to listen, and no matter how uncomfortable comments are, they're to sit there and they're to listen and they're to hear them. When people come to the meetings, they say things to us, and they're mean and they're hurtful, and we're not to respond to them. When they say things about us on social media, they're going to say those things. We know what we sign up for. Okay? We know what we sign up for. It's called a president's report, not a president's address. A president's report, not a president's address. I find it extremely inappropriate when the president takes their time to respond to things they read on social media. It's a president's report, not a president's address. I hope that moving forward, that the board makes sure that it remains a president's address. You're going to read things on social media, whether it's true or not. The president's report is not meant to address things that are heard on social media. It's not. It's a president's report. Like I said, as an elected official, I hear all kinds of things about me on social media. Come on, They said I supported child sex trafficking. I don't respond to that stuff on social media. Now, I know that's a personal choice of mine, but I know what I signed up for. All kinds of things. It's a president's report, not a president's address. Thank you.
Ms. Schultz?
Next, I have an email from Tom Johnson. It has been nearly 5 years since the School District of Beloit honored a graduate for the Beloit Memorial High School Hall of Fame. This is perniciously unacceptable. We have had past recipients give significant donations to the district in the form of money, scholarships, and even instruments. Equally important, these ceremonies have always been done with class and honor. I've had the privilege to preside over several induction ceremonies. I can attest that the students were always exemplary in their behavior and conduct. They understood the significance and opportunity to learn from distinguished honorees. We've had students in the past who have made career and life choices based on the stories told in such ceremonies in the hallowed Barkin Arena. The induction ceremonies were always a way to bring in the public, graduates, and our citizenry. There were large guest lists and invitations that went out to so many. The comments from guests invited were extremely positive. They were exposed to our music programs in the ceremonies, they were exposed to our student body, and they toured so many of the programs that BMHS offered. A favorite part of the ceremony was when guests were invited to a reception in the night spot. It was an opportunity for great conversation and outstanding food from our culinary students. It was truly one of the most special Beloit moments of the year. Depending on the distinguished contributions of the inductees, there was always a distinct effort to highlight programs within the school district that had a strong connection to their bodies of work, whether it be industrial technical, culinary, mathematics, theater, dance, etc. It was always a great way to get people in the high school. Guests were always amazed with the facility and the positive changes over time. The guest list always brought in so many graduates that the honoree would request in attendance. It was simply a great way to showcase our great school. There are so many missed opportunities with amazing individuals like Major General Marcia Anderson. She could not be more relevant for recognition right now. There has been an exception in the past for a non-graduate in Fran Frusen. I would argue that Dave Lupke would fit a posthumous exception along with someone like Dr. Jim Fitzpatrick, who made so much of a positive impact on BMHS. Then there's Dorothy Harrell, who would be an excellent candidate. Ralph Berkeley could be a posthumously honored as well. Think about Jerry Kenney, Bill Hanslick, Wanda Sloan, Sheila Stubbs, Kyle Weaver, and Angela Street as possible inductees. There are so many more graduates out there with amazing life stories and significant contributions to society. You could make posthumous awards to make up the years missed. There is nothing preventing you from multiple awardees this spring. I'm aware that COVID was the initial reason for halting the ceremonies. Fran Frusen retiring from alumni work would also be an understandable bump in the road. However, there are people that can do the work. There are people within the system who have records of how the ceremonies were conducted, even down to the physical layout needed to accomplish such a ceremony. Deb Edmonds would be an excellent source for such an event. While something virtually could have been done during COVID-19, I am fully aware of all the pivoting that needs to happen during the days of the pandemic. It was understandably not feasible in year one. Since time has moved on from those difficult days, I sincerely hope that this long and storied tradition can return for the spring. I cannot think of a better way to highlight the district, the students, and those exemplary graduates who bring honor and distinction to BMHS. Thank you for your consideration. Respectively, Tom Johnson.
Thank you. That's it. Okay, thank you. Dr. Garrison.
Yes. I'll be real brief tonight. Some of the public, not necessarily public comments, sorry, some of the announcements capture some of the thoughts that I had for tonight. I would like to take a moment to thank the School District of Beloit for allowing me to serve in this capacity for the past 2 years. I will say it has been a pleasure serving the students, teachers, parents, and families, administration, community, and of course the Board of Education. So again, it's been my pleasure. I do believe that as a district, we've been moving in the right direction. I do believe that. We have some challenges, of course we do. And I believe that going through these challenges and being able to come out on the other side will at some point make us stronger. We all know getting outcomes in education is a process, and we will continue down that road as it pertains to getting those outcomes. I would also like to acknowledge the work of our students. Our students have consistently shown in the face of adversity that they are and will continue to achieve. There's a lot of things that are said about our students, but I see them regularly, and I can tell you that they have met not only my expectations in a lot of different ways, but they have shown up and showed out. To the community at large, our students are simply the future of Beloit. Our students are simply the future of Beloit, as it has been for many years. Our students are our workforce. They are our employers. They will be our future employers, possibly, right? They will be our future employees. They will continue to show that they will continue to move not only our school community forward, but our city forward. And so I would like to make sure that I put this thanks to our students that you hear from your superintendent, that I truly appreciate all of what you bring to the table for our community. And I want to say thank you. With that being stated, one of our students, Anayu Arroyo, our student board representative, was the honored guest in singing the national anthem for our USS Beloit ceremony. And I would like to take this time to congratulate her for that huge honor. If you haven't been to a ship christening, it's a very big deal. I mean, it is it's a very big deal. The amount of people that come out and show their support, the simple fact that we have our name on a boat, or in this case, a battleship, is a huge thing. We are one of the only ones in the state of Wisconsin, and I want to get this right, I believe we're the only one in the state of Wisconsin that has a name that's going to travel around this earth. And that's fitting for Beloit. Our students are a huge part of putting things together in that boat, as well as our community. And so once again, I would like to thank Anayu Arroyos for her wonderful singing opportunity that she did. And I would like to take this time to give her a round of applause in her absence. It goes without saying that these types of opportunities have extended themselves throughout our community in many different ways. And our students, again, show up and show out in many different formats, and many different platforms that sometimes we hear about and sometimes we don't. And so I would like to take this time to thank all of our students for what they have done for our school district, again, in the face of adversity. Finally, I would like to say that in the coming weeks, we'll be having more continued conversations as it pertains to our budget and some budget conversations as it pertains to a potential referendum. I would like to ask everybody that, of course, is hearing this conversation that they take the time and to remember that our needs in our school district is not new. We do believe we have a need, and with your support, we will meet that need. And as we come together more and more and more, we will get to the point in which we can all be super proud of what we're doing here in the school of Beloit. I can say this, I am proud to be the superintendent here. I am. I believe that, of course, I show up every day. I think every night. I know it's funny, but the board members know that they can reach me anytime they want. And when I say anytime, I get random calls from this group. I do. But I will say it's been a pleasure serving you all in this capacity for the past 2 years. I just wanted to make sure I put some thanks in the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Our legislative update, Ms. Miller.
Hi, yeah, and I apologize. I'm delinquent, and I thought I had sent it out, and I did one of those things where I like wrote an email and didn't hit send. So I just shared it with our board members, and it'll be posted on board docs. It's not very extensive. I just wanted to provide a brief update. There is going to be, as was mentioned at our committee meeting, Governor Tony Evers is going to be holding some state budget listening sessions a little bit earlier than we originally thought. So I wanted to put that out into the room and also just ask my colleagues on the board if any of us are interested in attending any of these, just so that we could make sure to post that, like, that a quorum may be present, no board action is taken, kind of, just to keep everything above board. So I'll just read briefly what I wrote and happy to answer any questions. Just said that last week the board received information about upcoming listening sessions. We should determine whether we'd like to attend one, et cetera. Some additional considerations. Act 10 was repealed yesterday by Dane County Court. It will likely be appealed. However, there are huge budget implications for our district and all Wisconsin school districts. There's been little to no guidance. Like, I reached out to our local legislators yesterday. They're still waiting to get information about exactly what that means and how this will roll forward. So I was just hoping as board members, and I have sort of asked Mr. Chady earlier, if we could get some kind of sense about what implications this might have potentially for Beloit, so that in addition to any other legislative priorities we already have, we might be able to address this in a potential listening session. And I also think that just we did have, I think, a very successful legislative session on November 7th. There is sort of like a legislative vision statement that, sort of I crafted, I tried to discern from the conversations that we had, shared it out with board members, and we sort of came up with priorities. But I do think if we choose to go as a group, it would be prudent to just kind of touch base. That might have to be like a posted meeting, but it could just be like an online thing, just to refine, make sure we're all clear on what our vision is and like what the priorities are that we would like to advocate for in the very limited 3 minutes that we would likely have if we do go to the governor's listening session. So that's all I had for this evening, but that's kind of a lot. Does anybody have questions?
Yes, Megan, and I know you're in tune with all this. I just heard on the radio the other day about legislature and the biannual upcoming budget about increasing student aid, and in year 1 to 75%, in year 2 to 90%. And do you know of this, and where does this fall into the listening session?
Those are great questions. Thank you, Board Member Hankins. So so in our last legislative update, I kind of like laid some things out. So if anybody like listening at home or here in the audience wants to pull that back up from board docs, you can. There are a few proposals that Dr. Underly put out there. One of them is to increase the reimbursement amounts for special education from, it's sitting at around 30% right now, which is just grossly underfunding it, to 75% reimbursement year 1 and 90% year 2. So for reference, again, private schools already get a 90% reimbursement, but public schools do not. So that's one part of the change. But this is where it gets a little tricky, because special education is always fully funded because it's a federal requirement and a state requirement. We're funding that from like our general fund, like our Fund 10. So in order for this to make a real difference in meeting student needs that we're currently struggling to meet given the scarce budget situation that we have, there would also have to be coupled with an increase to the, make sure I say this right, the per pupil that we get for the revenue limit. So right now, Dr. Underly is proposing both of those things, right? So she is, yes, proposing the year-over-year increase for special education reimbursement. Also, she's proposing a year 1, year 2 increase in the low revenue limit and asking for it to be indexed to inflation, which it has not been since the 2008-2009 school year. So that would be tremendous, not just for Beloit, but for every school district, because it closes gaps in terms of the per pupil funding that we get, just across the state. And it would, like we said in that legislative session that we had like that couple of Thursdays ago, if we had something sort of like that now, like we wouldn't even have had a budget deficit. You know what I'm saying? So it would be a game changer. So what I would say just in general, some good talking points if anybody else is interested in going, yes, all of Dr. Underly's proposals would be amazing. Also, it would be important for us to factor in Act 10 being repealed means that employees can now collectively bargain, and we want to be competitive employers. We want to retain the excellent staff that we have and grow it. So we have to sort of think about what those implications might be. I think that would be important for us to incorporate, depending on where that lands, right, legally for the time being, into any kind of advocacy.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Any other questions, or is, I guess, would it be okay, Board President Johnson, for board members to let maybe Ms. Shope know if they're interested in attending? The one I was sort of looking at that's closest to us is, there is a virtual one Monday the 16th. These are coming up already pretty quickly here. So there is one in Milwaukee next Tuesday from 5:30 to 7. I could go if somebody else wants, if we want to go as a group. Otherwise, I might just go on my own. Could we let Ms. Shope know, and could we just kind of post accordingly?
I think that's a wonderful idea.
Okay, thank you. And then would it be okay, Ms. Shope, if you do find out other people are coming, would it be okay, Board President Johnson, if we just, we'd have to post a virtual kind of just talk through what our messaging might be? I just don't want to have a meet, you know what I'm saying? Just to be really above board on it, right?
Yep, no, I get you. Yep.
Perfect. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Our next item is our board consultant report. Dr. Earhart is presenting a report of his work to date and including feedback from the Table Talks presentation.
President, Dr. Garrison, board, public, it's good to be back here addressing boards. My assistant here is bringing up the PowerPoint since I didn't have the technology. So here we go.
Yeah, we'll get you there.
All right, very good. So my assignment is to just summarize the content of the meeting and give some data about what we learned and what transpired at the meeting.
Yeah, that's a good question.
All right, so we got it?
Left and right arrow.
Okay. So we began the meeting with a brief orientation to what are we here for? What are we trying to do? What are we all about? So always try and start meetings with the why. And we defined our purpose in our meeting is to certainly get diverse perspectives from those that were present, certainly stimulate community engagement. We wanted to make sure that good decision-making happens from good data. Again, promoting the virtue of trust, and again, focusing on that we're all in this together. So that framed our purpose and our why for the meeting. In particular, then we identified the goals to promote collaboration, partnership, gather feedback, enhance understanding, and build trust within our Beloit community. And second, to empower all stakeholders to actively participate in shaping students' educational experience by listening and learning from each other. All of this was in a complete packet that every person who attended had right at their table placed to review and look at ahead of time. So the particular table topic questions that were addressed, these were the board questions, so the board goals for this year. So we framed questions so again the community could help give the board ideas and suggestions and thoughts about those. So the 5 different table topics were school attendance, student conduct, staff retention, district budget, and student achievement, how to accelerate student achievement. So those were the 5 topics that were discussed at the 5 different tables. We also ahead of time talked about, again, what's the benefit of this? Again, trying to reinforce the notion of diverse input. We also looked at having this as an opportunity for increased transparency. Again, making sure that the board and those present from the district had an understanding of what community concerns entailed. And again, just another great opportunity for community engagement. Again, helping us look at problems and solutions. So again, the process that we used was all identified in written form. But we used the notion of speed dating. So everybody was had 10 minutes at a particular table, and then after 10 minutes, we rotated to all the 5 different tables. So everybody started at one table, and then they rotated. And again, the original time that we worked with was 10 minutes. A comment card was prepared and available for each participant, so as they kind of prepared and they thought about moving from table to table, we suggested they could make a comment, a suggestion, or ask a question. I just always find from my experience that it's helpful to give a little structure to help people process information. So again, we went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and rotated. Original plan was 10 minutes. So to summarize the whole event, we had nearly 40 participants attended and engaged in our table talks. It was also covered by the Beloit Daily News. President Johnson welcomed participants, introduced table leaders, and showed appreciation for everyone there. The goal, the process, and the procedure was explained ahead of time and reviewed prior to implementation. The format of the meeting was adjusted because there was a belief, I think, by some of the participants that this was going to be a town hall meeting rather than a table talk. So we certainly built in extra time and adjusted the meeting to make sure that their particular needs were met. Comments, suggestions, and questions were recorded at each table group during the rotations, and we received over 100 comments. So lots of good information. The event was evaluated. The evaluation, we had about 50% of the participants completed an evaluation. Some of the data from that, all of the board members have the complete packet and the complete evaluation that's with you, but this is just a summary. So the one that received the most agreement was the library. So the location got 100% agreement. Table leaders were approachable, accessible, and encouraged dialogue, 88% agreement. The feeling, tone, climate of the meeting was positive, 70% weighed in on that. Materials and handouts were useful toward meeting the purpose and meeting goals, 70%. The overall rating of the event from 1 to 5, with 1 being low and 5 being high, represented 18% 2, 30% 3, 40% 4, and 12% 5. Summary comments, there's a whole listing of comments that were shared with the board, but I guess the most compelling comment that I would say is that we need more of this type of meeting. So it indicated support from the public and the community for continued engagement meetings. The feedback from this particular table talk exercise will be used to inform the board goals. As I mentioned, the topics that we were chewing on at that particular meeting were the board goals, so we use that data to inform the practice there. And so then the board has a complete handout of all the materials. So thank you for everyone who was present, certainly our board members who were helping at the table and members for administration. I thought it was a great night. And again, we were able to accommodate the town hall portion of the meeting, went for about another 45 minutes, but made sure everybody who had something to say, please have an opportunity to do that. So any questions?
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the report. Just a couple of things I wanted to sort of ask and share. So the original discussion for doing these, sort of this event was, I believe, Monday, October 1st. And so I went back and I rewatched the meeting. I was unable to attend the table talk because I received a phone call around 2 in the afternoon the day of asking me not to attend because it had been properly posted. So I was really kind of bummed to miss it. So I did hear some feedback about the meeting. So what I did is I went back, I rewatched when we originally discussed the idea. At that meeting, Board President Johnson asked, so who wants to plan this? And she and I both volunteered. And so we had a meeting together. I jumped in on Google Meets. It was like Monday the 14th, I think. And at that meeting, I guess my understanding was that the event that we had discussed both on the first and then over, for me over the Zoom or whatever, was sort of different than what it sounds like occurred, which I think there are many benefits to the way that this ran. I guess, and I reached out to you, Dr. Earhart, about a week and a half ago or so to ask some clarifying questions, but haven't had a chance to respond. I didn't get a response. So I'm just going to ask you now, at what point was the format changed and like why, I guess. And I don't recall anything about like, the idea of it was people were going to just come chat with us and we were going to listen, right? Like if people had a concern about teaching, learning, and equity and people services, they were going to come to a table with Ms. Moratek and a board member or two. We're going to get to know each other a little bit, hear their concerns, and just kind of make some connections. We had talked, I have in my notes, we were going to have people maybe engaged who we thought might want to help with their strategic planning process. Could you help me understand a little bit like why the change? Because we didn't get any information about how this was going to go until the morning of.
I'll jump in.
Oh, okay.
This actually was very close to the meeting that you and Monica and I had, where we talked and we said we were going to have the tables with each department represented, so each department could address questions and comments, and it's stayed almost exactly like that. The morning of the Table Talks meeting, I received notification that it had been improperly posted and contacted our district attorney, who said it could no longer be a board meeting because it was improperly posted. I contacted Kim and asked him to step in to be the moderator, because as now no longer being a board meeting, I did not feel it appropriate for me to be the one leading it, and for that to take any impropriety of open meetings law out of consideration. Dr. Earhart did such a great job, and I appreciate him helping us in a difficult time. Ms. Shope was out sick that week, and I'm glad she's feeling much better. And unfortunately, that was the situation it was. I don't know if the other secretary that usually takes in, when Ms. Shope is out sick, I don't know if that secretary was aware of how a meeting like this needed to be posted or not, but in this situation, it was as close to what we discussed in that meeting with Ms. Christopa at the time. And I think with the good feedback we had, and with Dr. Earhart's adaptability to the different desires of the audience members, I think it turned out really well.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying. I mean, I'm glad to hear you feel it well. I guess the reason I wanted to bring up to clarify is that I think that and I think we talked about this actually on that one board meeting we had, like there's going to be positives and negatives to any style, right, in any format. I think it was sort of billed, though, as like not sort of like scripted, and I appreciate the wisdom of having guiding questions that are aligned to our strategic plan and board goals. I think that's all really good stuff. I think like it was, I guess, for future meetings, because I think this is really important to keep doing, I think we need to be a little bit more like just maybe clear about like who has ownership over the conversation, because like I have not liked the experience in the past, like, whether it was as a student or as a staff member in an institution somewhere where I thought I was going to be able to give feedback, but then it's like, oh, you got to write your thing on a card, and if we get, and that's just not really great for getting at like the connection that we want to have. And so I think I'm excited to do more of these. I hope we all get to go. I think we need to really commit to like listening and letting people sort of frame their own narratives and ask their own questions, because like we have to be able to fully address like the real concerns that are out there, and we have to be able to hear those things, right? So I'm just expressing, I guess, based on what I've read from Dr. Earhart and what he's provided, what we just heard tonight, what I've heard from kind of a variety of community members, I guess that would be my feedback and preference going forward. It's also just, I guess, like a little frustrating just because I guess there's like a lack of clarity about like Dr. Earhart's role, and just like, again, getting something like at 10 o'clock in the morning at work and not even being able to like, and I totally get this, but I think you've done a wonderful job trying to be like resilient to that, but it's like, it's felt to me like kind of a big turn, and I'm not even sure the reason why Dr. Earhart was involved and maybe not like Dr. Garrison, for example. But I'll just let it lie there.
Well, thank you, and I just explained why Dr. Earhart was involved. And it's unfortunate. It's not my responsibility to ensure every board meeting is posted properly. I don't have a subscription to the Daily News. I don't go to the different buildings to see that the actual postings are there. That's not my responsibility. If it's something I need to take on, I will, now that we know that this is a potential of happening. Again, we needed to do this to remove it as a board meeting. This was a table talks, and as we discussed, at each table was a department. It makes sense to have more guided questions, because if somebody is sitting at the table for pupil services, if somebody has concerns about the budget, that is not the appropriate question for that table. That is a table talks meeting. We did accommodate the town hall style that some audience members wanted and were expecting. And perhaps they were expecting that because in the previous table talks meeting, it was more aligned like that, even though that was not, the feedback from that meeting was not as favorable. And I think what we need to do is perhaps educate our public in this style of meeting. A town hall meeting is more of that back and forth panel type of discussion that perhaps they were expecting. And we will move forward. Maybe the January or March or the next one might be a town hall community engagement board type meeting. That's, unfortunately, and I appreciate Dr. Earhart for stepping in and doing the moderation, since as board president, I could not, as it was not a board meeting. Anything else, Dr. Earhart?
I'm all good. It's a pleasure to do.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is the WIAA Hockey Co-op.
Thank you. Yes, so we were approached as a school district to allow the Lincoln Academy to participate in our already standing co-op with our boys hockey team. Currently, we have Beloit Memorial as part of the co-op, Turner, Hononegah, Parkview, Clinton, Broadhead, and of course now the Lincoln Academy would like to participate in this conversation. They do have one student that would like to participate on our co-op. To make a long story short, we've had this co-op for a few years now, and it's been under the School District of Beloit's name. We do plan on continue to have this under the School District of Beloit's name, but when there's other school districts that want to approach us about joining already standing co-op, we have to, of course, bring this to the board for consideration, and so here we are.
Any questions or comments for Dr. Garrison? Ms. Levy?
Thank you. Just a quick question. As I was reading through, I see that fees are divided up depending on the number of students that you have participating from your district. Is there a minimum, or is it?
No minimum. If it's 5 kids that want to participate, 1 kid in this case from Lincoln Academy, it's really based off of, since we have the co-op, other surrounding districts that may not have hockey could possibly join us based off of the rules of the WIA.
And I could have been more clear. Not a minimum number of students, but like a minimum fee. So if you have 1 student, and I have no idea what the numbers are, is there a minimum fee, or is it just divided equally by however many students are coming from which districts, and that's how the bills are dispersed?
That's a great question. I never asked about how the fees are divided. I honestly don't know that answer, Mrs. Levy, but I honestly don't know how the fees are broken up. I do know it is distributed amongst the players. I'm sorry, amongst the school districts.
Yeah, no problem. And the only reason I ask is because if this is something that your district now offers, that there's a substantial benefit there, and I have no problem with with additional students entering. But just wondering, as we look at the fee structure, if the minimum entry is this, and then as more students come on, then that could fluctuate. Just something to consider.
I will look into that and share it with the board.
Any other questions or comments?
Um,
Oh, Mr. Hankins?
sorry. I believe Mr. Chady may have some thoughts about that too, because I know he gets sees the bills, but I think, Mr. Chady, I think he just stepped out.
Okay, well, while we're waiting for Mr. Chady, Mr. Hankins?
Yeah, it was kind of in the same realm that maybe Mr. Chady can answer, you know, how, again, it's going back and is it the total cost minus out the Beloit Memorial students and then divided equally amongst per student? And how do you get to that number of what the cost is? But it all realms together. So we'll just wait for Mr. Chady.
I'm here.
Oh, you're there.
Yep.
Go ahead, Bob.
So the costs are prorated out based upon the number of students. And then each district, including the school district of Beloit, is billed for their component of the cost. So while we do serve as the fiscal agent, we kind of pay our portion as well. So, you know, if you've got 10 students in a program, everybody pays 1/10, and perhaps Beloit has 2 students participating, so we would bear 20% of the cost. But there is no minimum. So it's based on actual expenses, and then those expenses are prorated amongst the number of participants in the districts.
Any other questions, comments? Yeah. Go ahead.
And all this talk about co-oping and stuffing and Lincoln Academy, and they're using, if you could, Bob, you could explain to me ice time. And so we're reimbursing, when you say it, we pay, we're reimbursing the city then for ice time? Is that what we're getting at?
I am not aware of the ice time component. I would imagine there's probably some remuneration made to the city of Beloit for that, but I'm not certain on that.
Well, when you say that we're being charged for our own students, where does that money go?
Well, it goes back to ourselves, right? But so our co-op funding, cooperative activity funding is funded through Fund 99. So, you know, we have to transition a portion of our Fund 10 resources as an expense to Fund 99 to pay for our portion of those students' expenses. So we would pay for transportation, student coaches' expenses, any equipment needs, et cetera, facility rental space, you know, anything that would be incurred to support that is charged to the participants in the districts or the schools that those participants are from.
Thank you.
Ms. Levy?
Thank you. Just a quick question. Is the overhead associated with being the fiscal agent charged back to the co-op, and then that expense is distributed as well?
I don't believe that we charge anything for overhead to the cooperative districts that are participating. I'm not entirely certain on that. I would find it hard to calculate that amount and to be able to justify that expense. But, you know, honestly, from a fiscal agent role, it's pretty benign. You know, we're paying coaches. We would pay for athletic officials, referees for the contest. You know, we probably make a payment to the city of Beloit for facility use, but maybe not. I'm not entirely sure. You know, our coaches in the athletic department may order supplies, hockey pucks, you know, nets that need to be repaired or replaced, et cetera.
So of the things you just listed, all of those expenses are charged to the co-op, and then that's distributed. But I'm just wondering, with being the fiscal agent, who coordinates like this season? Does the bulk of that fall on one AD that's participating in the co-op? Is that shared?
It falls on us. We're the one that's over the co-op. Yep. Sorry.
No, you're fine. That's helpful. Just a suggestion moving forward. I think it would be prudent to calculate those billable hours, so to speak. If the bulk falls on us for the benefit of the co-op, I think that should be monetized and charged to the co-op, and then we all pay our fair share of that, would be my my suggestion moving forward. Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. No, I just wanted to thank Mr. Gratz and everybody who works on this. I mean, this is like a really huge benefit that we're providing to the community and to surrounding school districts, and I just think that's a really great, I kind of is a testament to the value that our school district adds to the broader community, and I'm really proud of that. So I just wanted to thank everybody for their time in putting this together.
I would entertain a motion for approval of renewing the boys hockey co-op with the addition of the Lincoln Academy for the 2025-26 and the 2026-27 school years.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Amy Levy, seconded by Brian Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Our next item is the grades 6 to 8 transition program at Aldrich update. This is to provide an update to the Board of Education regarding the program opportunities and the overall services to the district. I requested Dr. Garrison give the board a report on this tonight, in part because it is something that I've heard about, and as I mentioned earlier, spent some time in recently. It is an opportunity to help reduce the number of students that get expelled. It helps them with their social, emotional learning, and it helps keep them on track in terms of their core curricular academics. I have heard that there has been success in this program, and am pleased to have Ms. Beavers present tonight.
Okay, good evening. I also have Mr. Stenroos and Mr. Weir here with me presenting, and we just want to clarify this is a middle school alternative learning program, not a transition program. Just wanted to clarify that so that there's no confusion. So first, we just wanted to share, I'm just going to do a quick brief overview, and then I'm going to pass it on to these guys who have a lot more information. So just wanted to inform people that the middle school alternative program is nothing new. We were able to go back 22 years and find the history of a middle school alternative program in the district. Has it switched locations? Absolutely, but there's been one back since 2002 is what we could find in many different locations. What happened was in 2020 during COVID, historically this was a program that students matriculated into by way of administrative hearing or pre-expulsion. And when we were not in school, we didn't have any expulsions, nor did we have any requests for alternative placements. And so we didn't move any students over there, so it kind of disappeared in the former Wright building at BLA, and we were able to kind of gather a committee together and talk about, once a need arose, what would our vision be moving forward, and that was where we landed on Aldrich, and I'm going to pass it on to Eric, who's going to talk you through that part.
Yeah. So like Ms. Beavers mentioned, the purpose really is for our middle school students who go through a pre-expulsion process, and then in lieu of being moved forward for expulsion, they get alternatively placed in this program, which is designed to really give them opportunities to build on some skills deficit areas so that they hopefully don't continue to find themselves up against our code of conduct and some progressive discipline issues, and can continue to be successful both academically and socially, emotionally, and behaviorally. The mission of that program is to support students in achieving successful re-entry into traditional education settings, and it can serve as a bridge for students who may find Beloit Learning Academy as a more appropriate educational environment during their high school year. They can have that bridge from middle school to high school. The rationale for the program really is to provide proactive supports for our students, equitable opportunities. Having it placed at one of our middle school buildings allows for a broader opportunity for peer engagement with age-appropriate peers. It also allows access to exploratories that weren't always available when it was located in other sites throughout the district over the course of time. It allows for the staff that support that program to collaborate with other middle school age teachers so that when there are questions about curricular resources, tools, and supports, they have experts that are teaching those tools at their fingertips. And then, like we mentioned with transitions, it allows for a smoother transition back into the general middle school education program.
Good evening. As Mr. Weir said, it is in lieu of an expulsion program. So the students are placed via an administrative hearing into the program. So it's not a chosen program by a teacher, a special ed director, a principal. It has to go through something that's brought up for a hearing process. After the placement is recommended, then Mr. Vidox, who happens to be the principal at that building, as Eric said, we looked at multiple different locations. Aldrich was the place that we fell upon because of the space at the time, the location, and as we set up the structure, that seemed to be the best spot. Mr. Vidox happened to be the principal of the building, and he was willing to also take on the program and oversee it on a daily basis. So he makes contact with the parents following the recommendation from the hearing officer, schedules an intake with the families, and that is done with parents, student, administration. Mr. Weir sometimes is there, sometimes I am at those intakes, but it also is, they go over a contract and information that's in there. Part of the expectations with this are, is it arrow up or arrow right? Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, yeah. So part of it is the intake, then we go over the expectations. There's an attendance expectation, there's an engagement expectation. Again, we don't expect students to be that they're academically 100%, but you do need to be engaged. We're looking at their core subjects. And then also behavior conduct, SEL. We're looking at what are the issues that were to concern, that brought you there? How do we address those? How do we look at coping mechanisms? What are some of the things that are triggers? How do we avoid those? How to react appropriately? And we've, again, altered some of those things that we've gone through the past couple of years. Kathleen Woodman, who is our wonderful teacher for this, has constant communication to the parents. She provides a daily log that I have access to, Mr. Vidox has access to, the parent has access to. She shares out good, bad, and indifferent with the parents every single day. No matter what the kid is, she takes time and there is a comment. So it's constantly in communication with them. And then we go through the dismissal process. And dismissal process is either, number one, they've met the end of their term of recommendation from the hearing officer, which we've had several of those. But also, as the student has progressed and we see that they're making progress, they can take another class within the Aldrich building. That was one of the benefits of putting it into a middle school location where we didn't have that before. They may take one class, they may take two classes, and we've had several students do that. And if they've shown growth, we may go ahead and exit them ahead of time of their hearing, what the recommendation has been. It may say a semester, and we say that after one semester and a little bit more, behaviors have changed. They've taken a class already for 4 weeks across the hall, down the hall, and they've been able to exhibit positive behaviors. We will look at that. We've also had some students carry over to the following year. We've had a couple of parents who've requested their students were in there for a short time at the end of the school year, and they've requested they start the next school year in there because it's been a positive experience for them. We had a couple of them this year. So again, some will go ahead and meet the terms of the recommendation piece. Now, if we see that they've not made growth during that point in time, that recommendation doesn't dictate we do release them back into it. If we still see that there's some maybe inappropriate behaviors. They've not quite met the level where we think they can be reintroduced back into the population. And again, we don't want them to be expelled. This is, as Mr. Vrydax will put it in there, this is an opportunity for them to fall in love with school again. And that's really what we build this upon. I did ask for a little bit of data from Ms. Woodman. So we've had 38 students total over the course of the 4 years, including where we are currently. 3 of them have been carryovers from one year to the other. So we had 41 if you look at year-by-year attendance. 8 of those students have taken regular classes in some shape, manner, or form, and 5 returned to their regular school setting earlier than the terms of their condition. Some of the students have moved out of the district. Some have opted for a virtual school in place of that. But we have been successful in putting 5 students. So we just had a couple that returned at the end of this current term, and one who started, I believe, on Monday back at their home school.
Questions?
Questions?
Ms. Levy?
Few questions. I'm concerned with the language. Words like intake and releasing back into the population sounds very criminalized to me. I'm also concerned at the potential or maybe existing, I'm not familiar enough to know, stigma around a program like this. It sounds like this is the place you don't want to be. What my question that I was going to ask is a pre-expulsion hearing the only avenue to gain access to the program? Because some of our students need more supports than are available in our regular classrooms. So I totally support like alternative learning environments, but I don't want it to be a place where you're on the edge of expulsion, so this is where we put you until we release you back into the population. That does not sit well with me. I want this to be a place where students who need additional supports can go there to get them. And it may be because you're having behavioral issues. It may be because a smaller class size works best for you, or the programming there is more tailored to your educational needs. So one, if you could just give me some information of, is that the intention of this, that you are here until you are released and this is the only way to get into this program?
Yes. That's how this program is set up. That's how this program is set up.
Dr. Garrison?
Sure. So.
And you can.
I'm sorry, I thought
no,
you were
I wasn't.
done.
No, that's fine. But you go ahead, and I can come back.
So, the alternative learning program that we have in place, students sometimes do, catch themselves into certain concerns that we have to go through a pre-expulsion hearing, as it has been explained. And instead of, moving them through the entire expulsion process, possibly, removing them from our school district totally, this alternative learning program is given. I do believe, I hear what you're saying, Mrs. Levy, as it pertains to the language. That's not, I know that's what you may have heard, but I can tell you that the students that are part of this program aren't treated in that manner. We do believe that this is not necessarily just a second chance, but it's an opportunity for our students to grow and learn in a different environment that can kind of refocus their learning aptitude. And then, of course, after that opportunity is given, they return back to the learning environment with their peers. And so that's the way we keep students in the school district of Beloit as well. Because again, I always say there's a net widening and a net deepening effect where kids sometimes will get in trouble, but we also want them to fall out of trouble too. I hate to say trouble, but sometimes kids will have a concern that we have to deal with. Our goal is not to catch every situation, but it's also to say, hey, this happened. Now we need you to work on this. We make those corrections, not necessarily just corrections, but we make those learning opportunities happen, and then they move back into the schools with their peers. And so that's the heart of the program. Again, it is not at all a place where we want students to feel like you're in this negative environment. As a matter of fact, the teacher that's in the program does not treat the students in that way at all. It's more of, another learning opportunity for the students.
My observation was that it was actually a very positive environment. One of the things I liked about it and really appreciate our district having this opportunity for students, rather than being expelled and having to be at home doing online schooling, they have the opportunity to be there in a small class. The teacher has time to get to know the students, understand the students' needs, and if the student comes in and is having a bad or off day, the teacher can intervene and call a parent or guardian and saying, hey, this child just is not having a good day. Please come and get this student, help us out. And that might prevent another incident if somebody's having a bad day and even the small classroom is just too much. And we don't know what our students are going through. We don't know what they've experienced. So I'm really fortunate. I'm really, really, talking about Thanksgiving, I'm thankful that we have this program for our students.
But I will add, Mrs. Levy, that I hear what you're saying. There is a need for different programming for other individual students. This program, however, is set up in lieu of an expulsion. And I know did you want to add about?
Yeah, and I was going to say that was the purpose of this program, was just for that specific reason. There have been discussions amongst the middle school principals. I've had discussion with Dr. Garrison about middle school alternative education altogether, something different, and not this. But this program was set up to be small and in place for those students, so that we didn't expel them and we could address their needs on a small individual basis. And so this was a very narrow focus. And I apologize if I used language that was, we don't use language that this is a punitive place. As Mr. Vidox talks about, it's a place for students to fall in love again, to find their way, to correct some behaviors, discover who they are. And Ms. Johnson, I'm glad that you had an opportunity to visit and found out it is a wonderful place, and the teacher does do an amazing job there.
May I finish? Thank you so much. I will schedule time to visit, because I think before I have any more comments on it, I want to see it first. And then Dr. Garrison, I'll follow up with you. Just a couple more questions. One, does Aldrich still have the school within a school framework that is separate from this? Or is this the evolution of that?
I think people were labeling this school within a school inappropriately, because it's a program at Aldrich.
And this is the only middle school alternative piece. It happens to be housed at Aldrich, but that was the site that we picked after looking at several different ones.
Okay, so just help me understand. There was, and it was, can't get into the details, but that's how it was described to us. So that's the language that I'm using.
Yeah.
Is this that program, or has that program gone away and this is the evolution? Are there both programs together at all? Is this that program?
Yeah, we have one middle school alternative program, and this is it. So if that is what you're referring to, this would be what they would be calling, if somebody referred to it as a school within a school, it's a one-room middle school alternative in lieu of expulsion program housed in Aldrich.
Okay, and then my final question, thank you for indulging me. Is BLA no longer offering educational opportunities for middle school age students that are not in a place of pre-expulsion? Like, if this is just like a better fit for them, is that still available at BLA for middle school age students?
No, this is the only middle school program that we have. And one of the reasons that this was housed at the right building, part of BLA, we felt that it was inappropriate to have them housed with high school students, and it didn't provide some of the opportunities. And that was one of the reasons that it was moved from there. So there is no middle school alternative programming at BLA at all,
Right now.
right now.
Okay.
If you would like to explore another middle school program, we would certainly love to do that.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Levy, I think the school within a school program, that, and I'm going to date myself here, that you are thinking of at Aldrich originally was the Cinetics program
That was at
decades
McNeil.
ago? What's that?
McNeil. That was at McNeil.
At McNeil?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it, okay. And that eventually became the Roy Chapman Andrews. It ended up at the old Beloit Mall and ended up at Wright. So there were a lot of iterations along the way.
I love a good timestamp, so thank you for that. This was, and it's been since I was on the board, so within the last 5 years, and there was a program at Aldrich, and maybe I had a misunderstanding. That is entirely possible, but it was broader than just students that were on the cusp of expulsion. All right, thank you.
Yeah, that's a different program that, this is different. I believe it eventually evolved into the BLA program, because, or was that, when the Roy Chapman Andrews Academy, did that just disband altogether?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so now we all learned something.
But
Mr. Hankins?
Yes, I'd just like to chime in. I was fortunate enough when I was running for school board, I toured a lot of the schools as just a John Q. Public, and Aldrich is very close to where I live, and so I got to know Mr. Vidox, and I like Tia. I sat in on a morning session, afternoon session. I think it would do anyone well to go into that classroom and see what's going on. It's not like the verbiage doesn't do it correctly because they are mainstreamed. I mean, it's right smack in the middle of the school, this classroom is, and it's not like they're segregated back in my day, there was a special education department, which was, down at the end of the hall. But this class is open. Ms. Woodman does a fantastic job. I've seen her handle the kids of all ages and give them special attention. I just think it's a wonderful, wonderful program, and I would like to not see anything go away. I do have one question though on IEP. The kids who are in there who have IEPs, obviously they're needed to on that too. Then, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I really appreciate the update. I think Ms. Levy and I were part of the same board when we got that initial report. So some of what she's saying is resonating. I think you hit it right on the head when you said maybe it was sort of cast more broadly. We've heard from the BEA, for example, like we need more schools within a school, but I think they were speaking more to like the aspirational, proactive, like let's meet the needs of all the kids, and not sort of the more punitive kind of side of that. And so I wanted to validate, I guess, what I heard you say. I do have some thoughts and comments on this. I'm mostly going to save them for when we talk about the next item in the referendum. But to sort of segue, I think the reason that we're in a space where we have a program that exists because it's like a sort of, I don't know if last chance is the right way to say it, but an alternative to expulsion is twofold. And I just want to speak to that also as an educator. I mean, one, schools, the structure of how we educate kids, and by no fault of any individual school district, is not built for kids. Like, we're governed by statutes written by like adults and lawyers and, lobbied by companies that really restrict and talk about like fitting kids into certain molds. And that's not okay. And that's something that I really applaud our district for, because we do have such a well-developed, equitable multi-level systems of support practice. We were recognized by the state. You'll have to correct me on the year, but it was, like 2012, 2013, for having like the state model RTI program. Beloit has done a great job over the years, but the entire system is really oppressive to kids who have different needs in general. And so I want to speak to that because I think that's going to weigh in heavily about some of the opinions that I share on the next item and on the referendum, which really is we have to do everything in our power to build systems around what children need and not because of what adults, lawyers, and textbook companies say. And I guess more relevant to the next point, and I thought maybe might be a segue, is we're about to get another deep dive into the state report card, and there's a really nice, I'm excited to hear the presentation, Ms. Moratek, but what I was able to preview, there's some special attention given to that disaggregated data. And I think that as we digest that as a board and as the community is listening on and the audience here in the room, we have to think about what power do we have right now, not like what would be nice, but what do we have now that we can rearrange around those needs, right? And so I think, Board Member Levy, I don't want to put thoughts or feelings into your mouth here. I guess what I took away from your comments and what I wanted to weigh in on is we need to be proactive about meeting the needs of our kids and not make it about, well, now it's this deficit mindset piece, right? Because I guess my last comment on this is just as an educator, we know that the thing that makes the biggest difference for kids besides teacher self-efficacy is student self-efficacy, right? Like the belief about myself as a kid that I can do all the things, and that's not fostered well in that deficit mindset. So I really appreciate what you shared. I wanted to just kind of weigh in on those points, and I'm excited to see more hopefully positive outcomes for this and hopefully different iterations of this program to come.
Any other board questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Beavers, Mr. Stenru, and Mr. Weir, and Dr. Garrison. We appreciate that. The report card data, Ms. Moratek and Anthony Bosco and Kelly Grorud. The purpose of this presentation is to discuss findings from a deeper analysis of the demographic data in regards to the state forward test from the 23-24 school year in order to inform practices for continuous improvement efforts. The presentation will begin on slide 29 as it is a continuation of the Part 1 presentation from the board meeting on November 19th. Thank you. Ms. Moratek?
Sure. So going to try to stay within the 20 minutes here. So correct. Thank you for reading that. Came here on November 19th to do the Part 1 of the report card. And so then I'm here to do Part 2. Part 2 will focus on a little more of that demographic grouping. One second. I just have to get it caught up here with me. I'm going to try one more time. It wasn't moving forward. Okay, good. Okay, so for Part 2, some considerations that we want to think about. And I also have Dr. Kelly Go right here and Tony Bosco because they help to lead a lot of the work in the teaching and learning department. We work pretty coherently together as a team. So triangulation of data is really important, and when we look at the report card is based off of one summative assessment at the end of the school year. And so best practice always tells us that we want to look at multiple data points. And we'll dig into the data for the standardized test, but I just want to bring that into the fold. Last time we talked about intersectionality. So when we're looking at demographic groups, that we're understanding that it crosses over multiple groups. Different descriptors cross over groups. And then humanizing the data. I think that that's important because we want to think about our language and we want to think about that behind numbers is human beings. And that's really important because I think sometimes we can start to talk about data and we lose that piece. And then our goal for the past 3 years has been a focus on growth and accelerated learning. And there's a piece in our report card that I pulled out to show how the different demographic groupings are in regards to growth. So those are kind of the considerations when we're looking at this data. This is just, these first few slides is just simply our demographic data, the makeup of our district, and the percentage of students that attend. This is on the report card on the first page as well. So population of students by racial ethnic groups, percentage of population of students that are economically disadvantaged, English proficiencies, scores are there, and then demographic grouping, just overall percentage population of students with disabilities in our district. So in this first slide, we have the percentage of students based on race and ethnicity groups that are meeting expectations on the state report card. And then we also have the, in comparison to the state. So you'll see that there are areas, like for example, specifically, all is 51% across the state, and then you can compare that way. Or you can also just look within our district where our different racial and ethnic groups are achieving. This piece on the left, that's taken right out of the report card. So if you go into the district report card, you'll see that table where it has all of the different racial groupings and the growth that they're making, the different groups are making. And for us, a focus has been to get to 3. It's on a range of 0 to 6. And so you'll see the Beloit average growth is 2.3. And then the different groupings are having different rates of growth. One of the areas that we've talked about is our students with disabilities. They made a lot of gains in, or more gains in ELA than any other demographic grouping, which is important to see. Similar for our Black African American students, they're meeting the average growth. And you can see our English language learners were above the average growth. And the idea here is that if we want to close opportunity gaps for our students, the students are our lowest, or having the most unequal academic outcomes, need to have more growth in order to close the gaps. And so that's essentially the philosophy. We can call it growth, or you can call it also value added. That's a very common term in education. And what that means is how much the students grew within the time that they were with you. And in our district, it's weighted the most out of all of the scores, and that I explained on the first night. The intent of the first night presentation really was to explain the report card and how it changed in the cut score changes. So in that presentation, we talked about how, given that we are one of the highest poverty districts in the state, we are given more of a weighted score within our growth score than the overall academic achievement. Both are important, of course, but that's what we need to think about when we're thinking about our report card and how we close opportunity gaps and make gains. And so all schools, we've talked a lot about this with our principal group, are focused on growth and moving to at least that 3 range line, which is the average line or above. This shows change over time. And if you remember this year, we had the new cut scores. And so that green bar represents this year. I put that purple average line all the way through it, or we did, just to show like where you are when you compare the average to the other demographic groupings. Remembering that they're new cut scores, the blue, red, yellow years are the old cut scores. The green is the new, so it's not an exact apples to apples comparison. But something that I think is important to understand is in our ELA, in the blue, red, yellow years, we had a trend of all of the demographic groups increasing over time. So as we talked about in the first presentation, the green bar is kind of a blend between both the growth that we were already seeing, right, and also the new cut scores. And it's hard to decipher between how much of the growth happened from the cut score and how much of the growth happened from already the trending growth that we were seeing in all demographic groups. one of the first slides in that presentation was also the rate of change based on the cut scores. So the DPI recommended to look at that, and so we were looking at how much rate of change did we have in comparison to the state when the cut scores changed, and we outpaced the state in that way. Personally, I think the other thing to look at is when we came out of COVID, we knew that inequities in the school systems across the country had already existed pre-COVID, and they were simply, underscored coming out of COVID. And so in that blue bar, that's our first year out of COVID, you can see where our group started. And I sometimes think about this as like if you're running a race and you're on the start line, not all of us coming out of COVID were on the same starting line, right? And so how are we bridging those gaps? And in order for that to happen, some of our groups have to grow more to bridge the gap. And I often just look at the all demographic grouping rather than one group that we're trying to aspire to be, right? Like that's not the goal. The goal is to think about how we have more equal academic outcomes for all racial and ethnic groups and other groupings that are within this presentation. So we have our English language learners. English proficiency is on the left, and then the percentage of our English language learners that are scoring proficiency. We have a pretty large English language learner, multilingual learner is really more today's terminology in our district in comparison to the state. And so I'll get into this in a little bit, but we are currently looking at an audit of our dual DLI and bilingual programming, as I've mentioned prior. And so we'll be coming back to the board with some recommendations for some potential changes or continue doing this. This seems to be working out in the future. This is our access testing. And so this, I might lean here on Tony Bosco. He's really the expert in the room on this assessment specifically. But what this does is this scores the proficiency rates that our multilingual learners are working towards English proficiency. And so over a period of time, you want to see those students moving into proficiency. And so we are the green line and the state is the yellow line. That blue line is just the overall state goal. So our students are meeting proficiency levels at pace with other students around the state meeting proficiency levels. Is that accurate, Mr. Bosco? Okay, thank you. And so that's important to understand because we have multilingual learners. They may not be proficient yet on a state assessment in English. However, they're moving through their program and getting more proficient in that second language or third language, but in English. For our economically disadvantaged students, on the left are our non-economically disadvantaged, and on the right are our economically disadvantaged students. 72% of our students in Beloit are classified economically disadvantaged in comparison to the state average, which is 42%. And the state average, though, is 33.4%. So we have work to do. Because the majority of our students are economically disadvantaged, this, when we talk about intersectionality, is a lens over many of our other demographic groupings. However, there's work to do here in growth for all students. Students with disabilities are 16.6% of our students are identified as students with disabilities. Wherein the state average is about 14%, so we're a little bit higher in our identification and special education students. And those that met in the state average were 17.7%. Is that a 5? I think, yeah, 5.2% in our district. And that's why that growth was important, because back when we looked at the growth, although their overall academic achievement is lower, they are growing faster than the other demographic groupings, and that's what we want to continue to see. We want to see everyone 3 and above in their growth. Here we are with math, so this is our racial ethnic groups, and then on the right is in comparison to the state. And similar to ELA, We have a growth score. So our average growth score is a 2.4, and our goal, of course, is 3 or over. And then this is how those different racial and demographic groupings are performing in their overall growth or value added. So the time that they're with us over a period of 3 years is how they measure this. Something that I didn't put on here, but what I do think is interesting is at the very bottom, it talks about the students that were proficient last year. And that group had the least amount of growth. And so that's something that also in addressing academic rigor and where we all land on the continuum, that everyone is expected to grow. Because if we had students that were proficient last year, they as well should be growing that 3.0 or over. So that's another piece that is an opportunity for us to grow in, is again, just all students growing no matter how they come to us. Because we want to see students that are proficient also growing. And that is the least, in this instance, performing group as far as growth goes. And again, this is similar to the ELA. The green bar is with the new cut scores. That average line is the purple line all the way across. And the blue, red, and yellow are the years prior to the change in the cut scores. So again, coming out of COVID, the blue bar, we can see where we were at and how different demographic groups that year one tested differently. This is our economically disadvantaged students in math. 72% of our students in Beloit are classified economically disadvantaged in comparison to the state average, which is 42%. Here, 21% of the state average and 15.2% of our in-district. English language learners, our data here. Students with disabilities. And then what we wanted to do was talk about some of the things that we are doing, and then some of the potential opportunities for growth or needs in the future to address our differentiated needs. And so, one, we had our high quality materials alignment with ELA and math. That occurred both in our monolingual and our dual language classrooms. So for example, when we adopted our American Reading Company, we specifically looked for a program that was available both in English and in Spanish. Not all programs that have made that recommended list from DPI are available in Spanish. And it's difficult to adopt two separate materials. I've been through that actually in Madison. And so this was great because it came at the right time. And so now we have, this idea of equality in high quality materials are both in our Spanish speaking classrooms and in our English speaking classrooms. High quality instructional practices. So we've had a focus on priority standards. Something that is unique about the American Reading Company is an embedded equitable conferencing schedule. So based on where the students are performing, they are met in a small group with the teacher with more regularity. And so our most striving readers are ideally met more often. And then they're met at their level and their needs. There's power goals that are written based on their level, and then they get their grade level complex text exposure during kind of more that whole group instruction. But that's the purpose of that equitable conferencing schedule. It's actually called that in the American Reading Company materials. And then we have our daily reading steps. Training has happened with the WIDA standards. Those are our multilingual learning standards, and we did that for language support and building capacity and understanding how language is developed. I Another piece that we did was working on building literary and mathematical identities. When we did our adoption recommendations, we had a lot of information and research about the importance of building literary and mathematical. I am a reader. I am a mathematician. And we did empathy groups and focus groups with students. Quite a lot of information was gleaned from that, especially in the area of mathematics and which demographic groupings identify as mathematicians, and how we're working to shape that. A couple other things on there. We're doing some district-wide initiatives. Recently, we did one called Men of Color Read event, and we had a author that came, and we had several classrooms. I think it was either 16 or 18 classrooms across the district. BLA, their children's literature class, joined us, and then they were on a Zoom with multiple districts across the country, actually. And then our BLA students had a highlight and got to talk and interact with the author. That was pretty cool. So we have more to come with that. We always do in our district a Read Your Heart Out, and schools have lots of activities happening in the winter. So we're thinking about how to build off of that a little more this year. Initiatives for math. We have this Imagine Math supplemental integrated technology program that has good correlation between the number of lessons that the students are completing to their MAPS assessment and then their state standardized test. And what's neat about that incentive is the students, by the number of lessons and minutes, the company does a pay-it-for-it program, and they pick a local charity, so which they've raised money for, like Community Action and Welty. Yeah. And so that's kind of a cool thing, because it's amazing how much money the students have raised for those charities based on how many lessons and minutes they've completed successfully in their Imagine Math program. And then the expansion of advanced learning opportunities. I've presented that at the Teaching and Learning and Equity Pupil Services Committee level and at the board, that we've grown across demographic and racial and ethnic groupings. We've grown their participation quite a bit, and so that's been cool to see as well. Some other things that we've done is Comprehensive Systems of Improvement Action Plan. This is the work that we're doing cross-departmental with pupil services and in identifying ways to improve systems and structures so that we do not continue to have over-identification or disproportionality of identification in special education. Another piece that we're doing, as I mentioned, is an audit of a comprehensive review of bilingual in our DLI program. To think about how we can better serve our EL students and all of our students that are in our DLI program. Another piece that we did, which was highlighted in our strategic plan in the priority of equity, was to have a data dashboard. That was something that was launched this summer, and that's important when you talk about data, because we want to be able to have data very easily accessible to schools. So we launched that this summer, and then we've had a couple training sessions with the administrators, and then we pulled in our building leadership teams. I think it was a month and a half ago or 2 months ago. Those are the people that look at the behavior data, the academic data, anything that's in our multi-level systems of support data, or teams. And so that's coming along nicely. That was something that this district did not have. And so actually our former board president really wanted that, because he understood the importance of having accessible data and a data dashboard that everybody was utilizing. And so that's why that was written into the plan. And so looking forward to that. We're actually meeting with the principals next week to go over discipline data through our frontline student analytics dashboard. Learnings from data analysis. So these are some things that are possible needs. As we've been talking about, like how to shape needs and what we might need in the future. Continuation of resources for the math materials. So our ESSER funds that we used for our math adoption takes us up to 25-26. So that's something in the future that would be a future ask if we want to continue. Continuation of online resources. So with American Reading Company, School Pace is a data dashboard that we use for our independent reading levels assessment, which is our internal benchmark assessment for early foundations. Decodable text, we want to purchase more of those in grades K to 1. That's really grounded in the sciences of reading and the need for decodable text. And then our ebooks. Continuation of online resources for Imagine Math. That's the one that I just talked about that has that pay it forward incentive. And that's really actually the people that are implementing that with integrity and fidelity, we are seeing a change in their test scores. Increased support for English language learners and newcomers. This is our fastest growing population in our district. I believe we went from, like, for example, 40-some newcomers in our system last year up to 65 this year. So that is a growing need. And again, we have one of the fastest growing populations in the state. So this is something we need to think about as a district, how we're going to provide supports for our multilingual learners and our newcomers. And I don't think it's just academic supports. There's social supports needed there as well, especially with our newcomers. Staff training, Early Literacy Act 20, continuing that. There really isn't a lot of funding that came with that law. And then, again, looking at the WIDA, the language development standards. Mathematical practice and standards and pedagogy. The Eureka Math series that we adopted is a different way to teach math than the approaches that were embedded in the old math curriculum, Go Math. And so it's not just about building the materials and using the materials, but it's building the background knowledge of the teachers to understand the approaches of mathematics. And that's a need in the future. And then inclusive classrooms, right? We know that we have an identification from the state. And so how are we meeting the needs of our students that have special education IEPs in mathematics and ELA when they're in the universal core classroom and engaging with that curriculum? And then high quality staff pipelines. We know that these are areas that we need teachers in, math and science, bilingual and special education. So how are we thinking about how we can build better pipelines and robust pipelines so that we can fill those vacancies and have high quality teachers specifically in those areas? Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for Mrs. Mortek? Ms. Mortek? Ms. Levy?
I love that you said quick, so I will do my best to adhere to that. I have two questions.
Yes.
Is there any commentary on the report card that speaks to the impact of students that are experiencing being economically disadvantaged and their scores that connects to the supports that they may be receiving from their district, like food pantries or clothing closets or programs similar to Loads to Success like we offer?
Yeah, there's nothing on there. So let me ask a clarifying question just to make sure I understand you. Are you saying when they put out the report card, is there any acknowledgement for what districts are doing to meet those needs on the report card?
Yeah, because when you're looking at the scores of students that are identified as economically disadvantaged and how they're doing academically, and the score is what the score is. But I'm wondering, is there any commentary like this district provides these supports to meet these non-academic needs? And if there is, I'm wondering if you see a change in the scores across the state of districts that support our students in that way.
Yeah, there isn't, but I really like that idea. And so I'll reach out to DPI and see, because the other piece of that is maybe we connect with some of our districts that have similar demographics in regards to economically disadvantaged and see, what are some of those supports they're doing, and then are there any connections they're noticing with academic outcomes?
Right, I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Thank you for that idea.
Thank you. And then my other question is, are there any projections available with identified groups that are not performing as well academically, that have identified that they are having more growth than the state average. Are there any projections of when we can expect that gap will be eliminated? And I get that it's going to be a minute, but are there any projections, like if these growth rates continue, we can see a lessening of that gap in 10 years or X years?
I'll reach out to DPI for that as well. When I was in Milwaukee Public Schools, I worked under a woman, I call her Dr. Mel, but she said to me once, she was the director of data and assessment there, and I was in school improvement at the time, and she said, when you think about it, if this is where this demographic group is, and it's going to take this district, we have ongoing continued growth, exactly what you just said, 5 to 10 years before we close that opportunity gap. And so would I like to see accelerated learning that is faster than that? Absolutely, right? I mean, that's my heart and soul. And I think here, if we really continue to press on growth for all students, maybe there's a possibility there that we could mitigate that amount of time to be less. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I will be brief. I just wanted to say thank you so much for putting this together. Last time we had asked for what do we sustain that's working and what do we need? And that's exactly what you brought to us. And I really appreciate how data-driven this is and looking at the populations that we talked about. So I just wanted to notice and appreciate the responsiveness of your presentation. And just also sort of to Board Member Levy's point and looking at other districts, you can't really compare our district to Verona. But one thing that my very first WASB conference, their strategic plan was written around eliminating the predictability of outcomes. And a lot of what they had planned to do is exactly I believe what we have been working toward. It's really ticked up the last few years with the adoption of ARC and the dashboard. And I just really appreciate that. And I'm hoping that in our next strategic plan and then, the priorities that we're looking at, we'll just continue to be student needs driven as much as possible. So I just think we're already doing that really well. And it's something that I hope we continue to strengthen. So thank you.
You're welcome. And I remember when we were writing the strategic plan, that conversation about eliminating predictability came up. And I just think we weren't at a place to use that language and people's understanding of what that meant. But if there's anything that you hear from Verona that's going well, please let me know. I did when I was in Madison. I worked with the current superintendent, so I can reach out. And then one of our employees that worked here is now working in Verona, and we could easily reach out to her as well. Miss her. So if you hear of anything also, please let me know and we'll reach out to that district.
For sure. And I didn't mean to compare because it's very, very demographic. Different district. I just I appreciated that language, and I don't necessarily know that Beloit has to adopt that specific language, but the spirit of what we're doing is you shouldn't be able to just for reference, that you shouldn't be able to just look at a kid and be oh, that's a third grade boy, so this is probably how they're going to do, and all the, or who's economically disadvantaged or whatever. It should just be as equitable as an opportunity as anybody else. So I know there's a lot of teacher talk sometimes, and it's my fault, so I apologize. But I just wanted to clarify, the idea is that we're structuring ourselves institutionally around meeting needs, right? And that's really what I'm seeing us do, and it's what I hope we continue to do.
Yeah, because in Beloit, and Beloit's no different than the rest of the state, we've historically had unequal academic outcomes for racial and ethnic groups. And so that idea of eliminating predictability means that we shouldn't be able to predict outcomes of students based on the groupings that they belong to or identify with. And so I just think maybe when we adopt the next strategic plan that's something that we can consider. Yeah, thank you.
Any other board questions or comments? Mr. Hankins?
Yes, I would like to thank you also, Teresa, for putting this together for us. I want to go to your very last slide. And these are all the things you bring forward. Is there an action plan involved in doing these things? I mean, it's easy to say we're going to get high-quality staff pipelines. Do you have an action plan on how we do this and staff training
No,
We
so
support-
for the, yeah, thank you for clarifying. That's actually a great clarifying question. So these two slides, the target universalism, these are the things we are doing. But then when we got together as a group and we were talking about what are some things, and in the last presentation, we were talking about, well, here in the future, these might be things that we name in a referendum or programming that we need. These are some things that we're naming that are possible asks for funding. And we certainly would put action plans together in how to implement them. Some of them are already happening, right? So, for example, when we're looking at the continuation of resources for mathematics, the plan is already in place. It's our Eureka Math adoption. And by this time, we would have had it implemented for 3 years. And so it'll allow us to do an analysis of this is the curriculum that we want to continue to go with, or do we want to look at something new? We have a 5-year renewal cycle in our district. And so we would have a couple more years there that we would do that before we would come to recommendation for brand new materials. But we're going to have to figure out how we're going to pay for the years to come because the ESSER funds will run out in 25, 26. So that we have an action plan for, but some of these other things like, to your point about building pipelines, we have some things that we're doing already for building pipelines, but not enough. And perhaps in an ask and with more resources, we could put together an action plan.
And I agree, but I think it goes without saying that as we go into and discuss referendum asks and stuff, that if we had a specific, how are we going to attain these things? And
Okay.
I think it's just going to make it easier sell for us as a district.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Any other board questions or comments? Thank you so much, Ms. Mortek. We really appreciate your time. And, oh, wait, I did have a question myself.
Okay.
The district data dashboard, who has access to view this?
Sure. So currently, it is all of our administrators, and then all of the people that the administrators in their building identified as being on their different various leadership teams. So whether that's looking at social emotional behavior or looking at academics, they were named and then they attended a training session. So that's right now. We're kind of rolling it out in stages and in layers. So currently, that's who has access. Oh, coaches and the advanced learning team also. Dr. Gorwood's adding them in.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just say this
Go
real quick?
ahead, Dr. Kearse.
I'd like to thank the team for putting this information together for the public. I would just like to also note that when we're looking at the report card, as we continue to make our course improvements, we know that year-over-year growth is an expectation for all of our schools. I would like to thank of course, Mr. Bosco, Mrs. Elliott, Dr. Grorude, Dr. Grorude for your participation in the presentation and helping Mrs. Mortek put this together. One of the things that we also need to know when it comes to the report card, Mrs. Levy, you are correct. There are other indicators in which we should be, of course, getting some accolades for. The superintendents have been asking for that across the state as it pertains to, we're graded on, math, reading, growth, socioeconomic status, attendance, graduation rates. I might be missing one. But overall, that's just a snapshot of what we do here in the school district, and it'd be nice to say that we also outpace the state. Maybe we can get points for that in work-based learning. We have a wonderful, I believe, music program, and how many students are participating in that? Why can't we get points for that? And so there's other things that I believe should be added to the report card. Again, naturally, the superintendents have been asking for something like that, and maybe that's something that's down the road, or many different iterations of a report card that we can, take a snapshot at. So. Thank you to the team. Thank you for the board's questions as well.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Chady with the Clean School Bus Program Award update. The purpose of this is to inform the school board and public that the district's efforts to bring electric-powered school buses to serve the students and the greater school district of Beloit community have encountered some unanticipated obstacles which pose a current barrier to adoption and implementation of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's Round 3 Clean School Bus Program Award. Mr. Chady?
Man, I wish I could just say enough said. I've been in the school business profession for 12, 13 years now, and I've never experienced such disappointment, to be honest with you, as I have with this notification that we've received from Durham School Services that they were breaking their relationship with Highland Electric Fleet and essentially leaving the district high and dry with regards to our Clean School Bus Program Award. And you may recall that the district was listed as a high priority district by the US EPA. We applied back in April, May, if I recall correctly, about that time frame, for 25 electric powered buses through the US EPA program, and were awarded 8.7, or Highland Electric Fleet, who was the actual applicant, was awarded the $8.7 million to fund those buses. Always had some concerns about the partnership between Highland, Durham, and the school district of Beloit. You know, some of the challenges that we encountered first and foremost was an appropriate charging site for the infrastructure. Durham currently leases their terminal operations. Is that on Winchester? I think Manchester. Thank you. I knew it was something like that. You know, placing that type of an infrastructure on leased property provides the landlord with a lot of leverage. We'll just put it that way. And then the other thing that we found out about that Manchester Road facility is that it sat in a floodplain, and thus the charging infrastructure would have to be elevated out of the floodplain and incur additional cost with all of that. But probably the greater concern, and honestly, I think one of the reasons why Durham and Highland severed the relationship was with regards to the expectation, and rightfully so, that the school district would receive some significant cost reductions as related to that. I mean, the reality is somebody's getting $8.7 million worth of buses. That savings ought to transpire back to the district as well. I've got my assumptions perhaps as to, I've heard a couple of different stories as to why those parties agreed to separate and kind of leave us high and dry, unfortunately. But their assumptions, not really a lot of validity to it, to my knowledge. I have asked Durham for something in writing because I think it's important for them to communicate that in writing to the district and not just through a phone call to myself. So we'll be seeking that yet. Durham had indicated to me that they would seek to develop their own electric fleet program. They had actually hired somebody with more expertise and brought on board. So I see potential that perhaps Durham may approach us to be an applicant in the EPA Round 4, which is currently open. And my understanding is that there's supposed to be a Round 5 sometime in 2025. We'll see if that comes to be with some of the changes occurring at the federal level. But again, you know, I can't express the level of my disappointment. Along those lines, I would say that that disappointment is with Durham corporate and not Durham local. So our local terminal operations and staff and bus drivers, all awesome. They do great work for the district. You know, the reason Durham's backing out is not because of them. It's above. So just to kind of update the board on where everything was at with that, and the air is out of the balloon. It has popped. So
Thank you. Are there any questions? Mr. Hankins?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a clarification. You referred to Highland as the applicant. I thought the district was the applicant.
no, the application was actually submitted by Highland Electric Fleet. So back at the onset when we discovered this, I was reading, and I seldom do this, right? But I get one of those electronic newsletters from Durham once a month, once a quarter, whatever they come out, kind of skimming through it. Oh, there's something about electric school buses. I'm interested in that. Click on that, dive a little deeper through some additional links. Lo and behold, the school district of Beloit is a high priority district. So I reach out to Durham to say, hey, How come nobody's calling me? I shouldn't have to be calling you to begin with, right? How come nobody's calling me? So working through Durham then, and their partner at the time, Highland was the one that put forth the application.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Miller?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I was just curious. I know there's been discussion since 2019 about partnering with the city of Beloit, and I saw that they've been making steps toward their carbon neutrality kind of commitment resolution that they made a couple years ago. Is there a potential to partner with the city on busing for students where like the city might be an applicant or already have some plans to pursue electric buses or alternative fuel buses?
Well, I think it certainly makes sense for the district to sit down with the city and talk about transportation infrastructure and routing and needs. Because it seems to me that they've got some infrastructure that I don't want to say is underutilized, maybe not being utilized to full capacity. I've been told that their current capital assets, some of their buses would have challenges on narrow residential streets. And I can't speak to the validity of that or not, but whereas some of our smaller school buses, if you look at our school bus fleet, we've got a number of large traditional buses, that you would see, but probably about half of the Durham fleet is the smaller. It's like about a 2/3 size bus, so it's not a full traditional bus. So
I appreciate the clarification, and I think, since the referendum is an item on tonight's agenda, I think something to look forward into would be there's been interest expressed in the past, both from members of the board and from the community, about sort of working smarter, not harder, and collaborating with the city where available. And I'm just wondering if, as we develop a question and start to look at costs for things, I know transportation's always a huge cost for the district, and it should be. It's important to get the kids safely where they need to go. It's a part of attendance, et cetera. I'm just wondering if there's something we could look into to sort of be planful and forward-looking about the extent to which I suppose we could partner. I think I heard that the city is looking at routes and things like that, and I could be wrong on this, but based on some conversations I had several years ago, I feel like there's some sort of funding available to the city for its transportation in terms of filling seats. And I'm thinking too, if it's something that we could build into perhaps a referendum ask, I know they already offer discounted busing for students. It would be so cool if the district could take on that second half of the cost and make it essentially free with a partnership, right, with the city, where like the city's already giving our kids a discounted rate. If we could afford to do that, it would be, I think, not only great for attendance, it could be so beneficial to our kids whose families are under-resourced to add value just at their outside of school experience as well, make sure there's like safe transportation, et cetera. So just something to consider as we look at potential cost sharing and collaborations.
Yeah, and I do know that the school district of Janesville and Janesville Transit System also did some sort of collaboration within the last year or so. So we can look into what that was and how that's structured and see if that perhaps would apply to our needs here in this Beloit as well.
Right, Kristen Hesselbacher actually is a former Janesville school board member. It goes back like 15 years.
Okay.
That was sort of like a pet project of hers. We used to work together. They have a fantastic relationship. There might have been recent change, but I would definitely talk to Janesville and see how that's working for them.
Yep, thank you.
Ms. Levy?
Thank you. Is there a deadline that we need to find a new partner before we miss this opportunity? How open-ended is this?
That is a good question. There certainly is a deadline. If I recall correctly, round 4 opened about 3, maybe 4 weeks ago. So it probably has another 4 to 6 weeks of open application period. Yeah, something that I can pursue with Durham, and I certainly will do that. If they're the ones that are kind of pulling the plug on our current, then they ought to be Johnny on the spot to accommodate the district with the round 4, knowing that it's open. So, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other board questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Chady. Our next presentation is the property appraisals. The purpose of this is to share with the board and community the appraised values related to the property appraisals on 5 different properties. Mr. Chady?
I'll start us off on that one. No
Thank you, Dr. Garrison.
So, of course, no problem. While Mr. Chetty kind of gets information together, we have some vacant buildings that we had to go and seek out some appraisals for. Of course, we did the Colac building, the Madison Road facility, McNeil building, Operations Center, and of course, the Wright School. One of the things that we realized very quickly is that, naturally, when we put these properties up for appraisal, we get back, information. Sometimes that information is like what we want to hear. Sometimes that information is what we not necessarily don't want to hear. But we did get back appraisal information as it stands. One of the things that our district, has to, of course, take a look at is, what are we going to still do with these properties? I thought it'd be important for us to bring this conversation to the full board for not only like just a general discussion, but also just kind of hear, back from you all as it pertains to, some of the thoughts that you already have the information as it pertains to the appraisals. We have had this conversation at the Business Operations and Finance Committee as well, in general, and we just want to also bring it to the full board as it pertains to kind of what we're thinking. I can tell you that, as a school district, we probably are seeking to sell the McNeil building. We've gotten more traction in the selling of the building than we've gotten in any other space so far. The Operations Center, which is to my, I always get it wrong, west, is that
South maybe?
South
Yeah,
maybe?
that way.
That way. Southwest maybe. The Operations Center is a space that we have occupied for a couple of years now, with with a few people in the building. We do believe that seeking that property for lease would be a opportunity for us to gain generating some revenue by leasing that space. There's currently about 3 or 4 people that occupy that space, and we of course could make some changes to those said people that's in that building to our current space or other places throughout the district, which would then have an open facility right down the road for possible leasing opportunities. The McNeil space, not the McNeil space, I'm sorry, the Wright building, we kind of wanted to hold on to this space because there's different opportunities there. Not to say that we would ever, want to, not get rid of the space, but right now our operations center is far on the west side of town, and having something centralized for our facilities opportunities would be nice. But that's in a further possible capital conversation. We know that there's been some other conversations as it pertains to where we could possibly even think about early childhood center or some of the DLI conversations that also have floated out there. One of the things that I can tell you is that the Wright building has been pitched to different organizations, I should say, here in the city, both being from the city itself to other organizations as well. But holding on to that property could be beneficial for us from an internal school district perspective. Again, right now I'm leaning more towards that facility being more of a centralized space for our facilities conversation. And so I want to just kind of set the stage for, again, these are some of the thoughts that we have, but we also want to make sure the board is keenly aware of kind of how we're thinking and moving some of these conversations forward. And with that being stated, Mr. Chady.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Garrison. So board members have received copies of the appraisals. Those have been made available to them. We are not disclosing those publicly, as that I think would tip the scale of competitiveness when it comes to establishing a sale price and negotiating with a potential buyer at this point in time. So when appropriate, we'll make those available to the public. But at present, we're withholding that information just to put that out there. Talking about the 2 facilities that are empty, McNeil and Wright, and we'll talk McNeil first. McNeil was being considered as a potential site for a relocated transportation terminal with the electric charging station. with that kind of falling apart, there's the potential, if the board has interest, we could look at subdividing the property. I mean, it's almost 28 acres. So there's a sufficient amount of green space there that we could subdivide and retain some acreage there, either for a potential relocation of a bus terminal operation or kind of big picture, right? Just dream with me. Enrollment takes off and we need another elementary school site someplace. I know, big picture, dream with me. But, I guess really the question there is, do we look to subdivide the property and sell the building and some of the land and retain some of the green space for the school district of Beloit in the future? Or do we just look to sell it all? I have had, I would say, 2 interested parties, probably one more so than another, in McNeil. We've done tours there, internally organized tours for, I think, 3 different entities. One institution, certainly more the forerunner than any of the others. But just to put that out there, that is, there's interest in McNeil. Along those lines, we may want to explore that interest with that primary entity a little further, more richly and deeper, without engaging a real estate broker. Because perhaps we can negotiate a sale, utilize our lawyers to help facilitate that, and retain more of the assets, the proceeds for the school district. Don't know, something to consider. I've never sold a building, but thinking about that. The Wright Building, as Dr. Garrison said, I think it's in the district's best interest to hold that building for a period of time, and I can't tell you what that period of time is. If that's another year, 2, 3, it's your decision to make. If you want to sell it, we'll sell it. But I think, it is one of our most centrally located facilities. Our Madison Road maintenance facilities way out on the west end, kind of away from everything other than Converse, which is, conveniently, 3-4 blocks away. But if we were to perhaps sell Madison Road, then we would need to relocate that operation someplace, and adding on a pole shed attachment or something to the parking lot side of Wright is doable. We've started work a little bit on cost, just trying to get ballpark numbers on that. And then, as Dr. Garrison said, if we were to do something with regards to an early learning center or potential DLI immersion school, again, it's centrally located. So it's something I think that we need to be a little bit more intentional with that facility. We also did appraisals on our Madison Road maintenance facility, the operations center down the road here on 4th Street, and on the Colac Education Center, the building that we're in this evening. In the way I looked at this is the appraisal cost between $2,000 and $3,000, maybe $3,200 per facility, but it provides us with a world of information and knowledge to make better decisions with regards to those facilities. So, as Dr. Garrison mentioned, the operations center down the road, I don't think it's in the district's best interest to sell that property because we own this facility. We own a lot around the operations center. Fortunately, between the operations center and our athletic facilities further to the south, there's a rental house in the middle of that. I'm sure that property owner is holding out hope and, planning accordingly, but I don't think we're in a hurry to purchase that property, but at the same token, I don't think it makes sense for us to sell the operations center. That being said, though, I think the facility is a bit underutilized, and the staff that are in there could easily be moved to Colac, to the Madison Road facility, to the high school, even to Wright if we wanted to move them there. And then in that instance, then we could look to lease the operations center and use that as a revenue generating opportunity. I have no idea, how much we would be able to lease that property for. We would likely have to engage a real estate broker to assist with those types of negotiations and in assistance. But with regards Madison Road, we talked about, interestingly, Madison Road, when we walked through each of these properties, first and foremost with a commercial real estate broker, Caldwell Banker Commercial, that was probably 4 months or so ago. After walking each of the facilities, they said they could turn the Madison Road the facility the quickest. They said that's going to appraise very high, and they could turn that and sell that rather quick, just because of the nature of the garage bays and the usability, the need for those types of facilities. But again, we've got a large operation that's there that covers all of our maintenance fleet indoors under a roof. So coming into this time of year, snow removal and stuff, they just drive out the garage door and go to work. So something that we'll have to think about there. And again, until we know, I don't think it's prudent for us to be moving forward with anything with Madison Road at the current state. And then with regards to the Colac facility, the building we're in now, that would not be a wise endeavor by the district to sell this facility. It's about, 5-6 years old, thereabouts. It was constructed to the tune of about $5 million. And just to put things in perspective without disclosing too much, this building is valued very similarly to the Beloit Regal building that was recently sold downtown. So selling this building, we would take a substantial loss, and I don't think that's wise use of taxpayer resources. So it might be wise for the district to continue to hold and use the facility to its fullest. So, with that, I think the recommendation is to seek to sell McNeil in whole or part. You can help provide guidance with that, and to lease the operations center, and for now to kind of sit tight on the other 3 facilities. If that's what the district's desire is, I would likely reach out to Caldwell Banker along with Century 21 here in town and ask them both to provide some sort of a prospective sale material and what their costs would be, so that we can give consideration as to which entity we would want to list with as well. So, questions?
Any questions or comments from board members? Oh, Mr. Hankins?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chady. Number one, I like to see that you're choosing these independently, and quite frankly, now that this whole busing issue is kind of off the table or on the back burner, we're not making decisions on our properties to have a charging station for Highland. I'm glad that's kind of off the table for now, because we can decide independently of that. That may come back on, but that's down the road. I think, it kind of fell apart at the right time because we were under a time constraint for the end of November. I know it got pushed back, but each individual property has its own merits, and I'm glad that we're separating out one by one, and I don't think we're in a rush to make a judgment tonight. I do think there is a way to consolidate operations, whether it's Madison Road and down the street here, and in the Colac or Wright. I think that's a wonderful idea to utilize the space that we do have without, obviously as we've gone through weaning down Colac, there is a lot of things that could be used in here, and I'm all for holding on, as long as we're utilizing the space. And as you well know, as you walk through the building nowadays in Colac, it's underutilized, and there's a better way to do it. So I appreciate everything you put into this, and I don't think we're ready. I don't know I know it's under an action thing, but I think we're proceeding, well, it could be. Anyways, I think we're proceeding accordingly, and when we get to, if you contact, Century 21 and or the other one you mentioned, I would like to see what their terms are. And like you said, maybe we can sell McNeil on our own right without enlisting them if you have some outside interest in them. And I just appreciate all your effort into do this right. So I'm really pleased that we're not under the gun of a EV charging station mixed into the variables of trying to sell these.
Right.
And thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Lee?
Thank you. I'm definitely on board with looking for a partner to lease the space out that's listed here. But before we consider selling McNeil, and I know that we've had a few conversations about this, but is any discussions or action taking place with potentially partnering with the city or with the county to utilize that space with a community-oriented purpose?
That's right. I did reach out to the city as it pertains to some of that possible interest, and at the current time, the city, I think they have some other opportunities that they are looking at doing, and one of those, and unfortunately, it's not necessarily with taking on a partnership with the McNeil building, possibly looking at housing or something in that nature. So that's kind of the most information I have from the city currently. That you did mention the county. I have not necessarily reached out. I have not reached out to the county for any potential partnerships with with the McNeil space.
And of course, I'm just one of 7, but I would be interested in having more information about how we could potentially partner and utilize the McNeil space, again, with a community focus. And you mentioned housing. Did that conversation ever get merged to potentially do housing at McNeil?
So there's a lot of different moving parts there that would have to come into play in order for that to happen. And again, currently, I'm not sure if the city can take that on in that partnership. That is also will come with a cost for us, naturally, and some of that we haven't necessarily discussed here at the board, but also from a bigger picture perspective, our funding is just not there for us to take on a large portion of that adventure. I said adventure. I believe, again, at the current time, again, we have had more foot traffic and, of course, the selling of the building, as I stated. The partnerships pieces hasn't came to fruition from outside vendors coming to us yet.
Ms. Levy, I'm sorry, Ms. Miller.
No, you're good. Thank you. Yeah, that was actually one of my questions. Thank you so much, Board Member Levy, for bringing that up. To that point, just 2 quickies. One, I'd like to hear from the administration what you believe the wisest timeline would be for us to consider, like when we need to consider which options, and like how does that make sense with like the larger picture, right? Of like facilities planning. I mean, we have like probably like 10-year plan that we probably have that we're continuing to flesh out, right? So I know there's a bigger picture here, so I would be interested to know, and it doesn't have to be like right now on the spot, how you believe this most wisely fits with the larger scheme of facilities planning and budgets, right? And things like that. And then second, I was just curious, I know on Saturday, we're having this input kind of piece. I'm wondering if you could weigh in on the extent to which you believe it would be wise to ask from the community input on what the community would like to see. Now, I want to be cautious with that because, of course, like you just explained to the previous question, there might be a lot of things that make whatever people want to do impossible, and you don't want to risk disappointing people. I also want, though, to get that input, so I just wanted to sort of put the thought into the discussion. Again, it doesn't have to be addressed right in this moment, but what is the best sort of meet in the middle between getting community input and not creating like any kind of miscommunication or or misunderstanding, about like what we might be able to do with the space.
So, great questions, great thoughts. Unfortunately, we just can't do it all currently. If I was to give you a timeline as it pertains to what we need to do if we were to move forward with selling of McNeil, that can happen, within the next, again, month or 2 with conversations that Mr. Chady would need to have with, said bankers and or potential buyers that we've been approached by. Secondly, with the operations center, naturally, it depends on who wants to lease the building. We have to put it out to market. It has been some, thoughts about that space as it pertains to what we can do with it. That will probably could happen and on the short term as well. When I say short term, within the next 2 to 3 months, because it's a matter of us making a decision here at the board and then moving that conversation forward with our prospective listing agents and potential whoever comes from that space. The right building and the rest of the buildings will be put on hold, so we wouldn't be necessarily doing anything with those spaces. The ops center, realistically, we could look into selling that building for sale, getting money back from that, looking at how we can possibly redo the right building, centralizing our fleet in the center of the city. That could happen one could argue if we went to a referendum for 2026 in the capital conversation, that could easily, be a space there. I don't like to put out a lot of hypotheticals and, personally everyone knows that, but that's just a space in which we would have to kind of navigate based off of the room and the community. And again, we just don't have the funds. I'm not going to shade that, we just don't have the funds to say we can put millions of dollars into something that the community would like us to do, and then run on funding, right? So.
Right, no, and I appreciate that. I'm not actually, I don't want to be in a rush to do anything. I mean, I think we need to take our time and see how all the pieces fit together. There's a lot of unknowns, right, with the budget, and, we're having those discussions now. I would love it if we could sort of think about and maybe bring back the next time we have an agenda item about engaging, with the public, if there is an appropriate and effective way to message out, this isn't something we can do right now, but we would like to inform our planning, in part at least, by what people would like to see, in their neighborhoods or for the community. And I just know that's a very cautious line to walk. So no pressure at all, I guess. I just think that should be part of how we consider kind of our choices here. But I thank you very much.
Couple of other quick comments, if I can, real quick. Speaking of Caldwell Banker, they did show Wright School to an interested party. We don't have it listed with them, but they had walked the facilities. So they reached out because they had an interested party that they thought might be interested in a facility about that size. That party has indicated to them that Wright is much too big to meet their needs. In the back of my mind, I wonder, is the operations center then too small, or is it perfect? So there might be an entity that would be willing to lease that facility, as well. So kind of working through all of that. With regards to timeline and sales, and even leasing, you're driving that more so than anybody. You need to give us the key as to when to go and when you're satisfied with the information, the knowledge that you need to make effective decisions. If and when we sell a facility, my recommendation would be that those revenues go into our Fund 46 Capital Improvement Trust and not into our General Operations Trust. You're selling a facility, you want to take those proceeds, set them aside to invest in meeting future facility needs at other facilities, replacement of a roof, whatever. So kind of like-to-like exchange. With regards to the leasing revenue, you could do either. The leasing revenue receipts could come back to Fund 10, your general fund, or they too could go into Fund 46, and you would make that decision as to which way you would want that to go. So.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, just a quick thing. I think, we've talked about it at the business committee meeting as well, and I like the approach. I think we've done step one, find the value of the properties, right? So we can so we kind of know what we have. And I think step two is, like what you've done, is you've laid out what buildings could be disposable and which ones hold some strategic value that, hey, maybe we'll get rid of them, but let's wait and see a little bit longer. And some that, we're okay if this one goes, right? And so I think you've done that work. And I think what you're asking is, are we ready to let go with the McNeil property and or and lease the operations center. And I think whether you sell it at McNeil as, partially or together, I think that depends on the offer. I would entertain both. I mean, if someone wants to, make a substantial offer on one or the other or both, I think I'd rather negotiate that over an offer to purchase rather than theoretical right now. So I think, my thought would be to, move forward with kind of the plan you've laid out, and when there's a lease opportunity for down the road here, let's look at it and move forward if it makes sense. And if you get an offer to purchase, then let's consider that too. So I think it's in the right spot. Hopefully there's some interest.
Mr. Hankins?
Yes, and I agree with everything that's been said, and we're moving forward. But I think a prudent move, and I've been a little vocal underneath the radar about selling the contents or disposing. I've toured McNeil a few times, and I went through Wright, and there's an abundant amount of inventory there, and it's got to have some value. And if not, we don't. Rather than moving it, I think it'd be prudent that we could do that, so we're not doing it under rush orders to sell. It's you guys and Mr. Bricko, the things we're going to need and what we're not going to need, but there's a lot of equipment and there's school stuff in there, desks, whiteboards, blah, blah, blah. I'm not sure what is still, but at least we're going to have to downsize and get rid of the inventory one way or the other. I just think it would be one step we could take in ridding ourselves of that, so we're not moving it from one building to another.
Yeah, and I'll speak to that real quick for us as well. So Mr. Bricko has received a quote from a local auction service to lend their assistance to disposing of a lot of the inventory within the building, and I can't remember, $15,000, $16,000, $18,000, someplace in that range, plus or minus a couple probably. Having sold surplus inventory in other districts, I'm not quite sure that there's that much value in the contents that are there, to be very honest with you. It doesn't sell for what you think it would sell for. So we've not moved forward with that offer from that local auction house because, again, I mean, if we're going to do that, we can just wheel the stuff out to in front of the building and put the word free on it, and we can get rid of the contents in that fashion just as expeditiously.
Okay, I'm just saying that we don't need to move it from one building that we're going to sell into another vacant building and then have to deal with it sooner or later.
We're right there with you. Yep.
Ms. Miller?
Not to belabor the point, but is this something where we could just let people know when we're ready to, what exists and find out if there's a need somewhere, so we could maybe donate or assist some other program? I don't know if the DV shelter needs, et cetera. Is that something we could consider?
Well, we can consider all sorts of things. District has policy on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there are some contents, I would say some of the food service equipment could likely be sent to auction and would generate a decent return. There are dozens, maybe 60-ish or so folding lunchroom tables at McNeil. I mean, they're not going anywhere. There's not a lot of people that are going to be looking to purchase those. Now, if there's a church or, something of that nature that may be interested in that, that might be something that we could facilitate a sale or a donation just to help get rid of that equipment, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we're not going to really, if it's not worth the money to try to sell, I would be interested in following whatever policies are necessarily, maybe to try to donate when we're ready,
Right.
when it makes sense.
Local nonprofits, ministerial association, yep.
Ms. Levy?
Do you think there's enough value in the contents of these buildings that we could use it as a tax write-off? So it's a donation, but there is a small benefit on our end if we collectively do this as a write-off.
But we don't file taxes, so we don't have that opportunity really.
Or any type of benefit for, like, in-kind donations? Are there any credits or any?
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's that. I mean, there is community goodwill, right? And also I think, when you have an option of, do you have a local charitable interest or another municipality, perhaps that can take some stuff off our hands. We're diverting it from the landfill or the recycle or, some other waste disposal costs. So
I guess a better way for me to phrase it, like when we think of in-kind donations, like we are willing to donate these items to you. Is there something that you can donate to our district or assist our district with, and I'm not sure what the specific guidelines are for that.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept. I'll go back to some of those lunchroom tables. Some of them are quite old, and literally nobody's going to want those. But some of them aren't that old, would be suitable for some institutions. So like might Chartwell's be interested in taking some lunchroom tables off our hands in exchange for something? Good question. I don't think that they do that, but there's no harm in asking. So, yeah, we'll explore that.
Thank you, Mr. Chady and Dr. Garrison. Was there anything else you wanted to add to that?
In the near future, we'll probably bring this back to the board for, consideration around action. But we wanted to make this just an opportunity for us to share kind of what our thoughts are and kind of go from there.
Thank you. Our next item is referendum discussion and approval. The purpose is to make a formal motion to move forward with consideration of a referendum in April 2025. The board can choose to do an operational, capital, both, or a hybrid model. Are there any board questions or comments? Ms. Levy.
So here's my concern, and I do have a question. So let me just start with my question. How binding is this? Because in the spirit of transparency, I am absolutely in favor of a referendum because I think the need is apparent in our district. Now, without numbers, without additional information, I'm not sure if we should do operational and capital. And so if we commit to moving forward with a referendum, one, how much specificity are we looking for and how binding is this? And my concern is if we, in theory, as a group, agree to go to referendum, but then when those numbers come back and maybe they are not palatable for some reason, and then the support falls off, then like where does that leave us and the work that our administration has put in? So those are my concerns.
That's a wonderful concern and great questions. To my understanding, is this actually binding? No. Part of the reason it's on the agenda tonight is because last time the dismay for moving forward with paying for a PR firm and for us as board members to show support to our administrators, whether or not we can come to an agreement that, yes, we at this time do want to continue the conversation of a referendum because that's where our heart is and what we want. Is it binding? Until we have the resolution in front of us, I don't think it's binding.
And just very briefly, that's why I couldn't support to select a company to promote a referendum that we haven't committed to. So that's my 3 cents.
Thank you. Any other board members? Nope.
I absolutely agree with Board Member Levy. We don't have, I think we're still in the mode of gathering information. We've given the go-ahead that we are moving forward. Now, whether we're going to do it or not, we don't have enough facts for us to say that. This is a board decision. Although admin is doing a lot of the hard work and numbers, but we haven't seen the numbers yet on what the ask will be. We've heard Mr. Chady, the hybrid model, but we still haven't filled in the numbers. So I still don't think we're at a time and place to say we're going full steam ahead and here it is until we actually see what our ask will be and what it's going to be used for. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chady, but the dates for submitting a resolution of a referendum is January 21st. So we've got, I'm not trying to put it off at all, but I think there's still a lot of information this board or this member of this board needs to see before I'm going to say, let's go ahead and go for it. Although I am saying, let's keep moving forward with it. And I think it was prudent that Dr. Garrison wanted to hire a PR firm just to get them lined up and get them moving on it. And when we pull the plug, and I know we invested $40-some thousand into it, but he had to do that at the time, so I was all in favor of that. And which still means we can pull the plug on it and not do it once we see some numbers affiliated with the ask. And that's just my 2 cents, but I just don't think we're in any way, shape, or form ready to say, let's go forward 1,000%.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I really appreciate both of your comments. We definitely do need a lot more information. So some perspective I'd like to add in addition to what both Ms. Levy and Mr. Hinkins have shared is it's our responsibility as a board to do everything we can, right, to fully fund our school district. So at the stage that we're at now, knowing that Mr. Chady and Dr. Garrison are making themselves available to board members to hear concerns, knowing that we have input opportunities going forward, I am fully convinced that the administration is doing what it needs to do to be on track for us to be fully prepared to vote on whether to approve or not approve a fleshed out, appropriate question or questions by that deadline. Right? So in the spirit of that, I'm totally prepared to vote or take whatever action necessary to ask that we continue to develop a referendum with the intention of going, because we've heard we have cut almost $21 million in the last 2 years, which is almost unfathomable. And given the needs that we hear about on a very regular basis, we have to take every action we can. This can't be the only thing, right? But we have to take all the action that we can to provide the resources and support necessary to our staff and students. So to that end, one thing that I shared earlier tonight when, thank you again, Mr. Chady and Dr. Garrison for giving times for us to weigh in as board members. One of the things that I shared with Mr. Chady, Dr. Garrison, and Mr. Hinkins earlier was just, I believe that we need to lead with a vision, and I think that that vision has to be something that the community can get behind. So like what I had jotted down as an example, just to share with everybody, so where my thinking is just maybe something like the school district of Beloit's vision for the even just the 25-26 school year or whatever, right, is for every student to learn in a safe, joyful classroom with teachers and staff who are fully supported and equipped to respond to all academic, behavioral, social, and emotional needs. And that kind of touches on, I think, Ms. Levy, what you were asking about before, about do we have a vision and do we have a plan to create the structures necessary within our institution to fully meet the needs of all of our kids. And right now, we know that we need to do more. Like, we know that. So we have to ask for funding around that specific purpose. So those are the two reasons why I fully support moving forward with the referendum. Just to summarize, again, it's literally our job as school board members to do that, and we have so many unmet needs in our community, and I believe that our vision should be driven by meeting those needs.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, so I think the decision tonight is, if you don't think that we need to commit to any kind of referendum of any kind in April, then vote no and we're done. Because if you wait any longer and then say, hey, yeah, let's do something in April, and we don't continue down this path in a very aggressive manner, we're setting ourselves up for failure, right? So I think what I hear from administration is, hey, one, do we want to go to referendum in April? Let's make that decision. True, we don't know, and I don't know if it should be operational, capital, combination. I don't know the dollar amounts. We're meeting on Saturday to get some input, and we'll generate what those numbers are, and how do we structure it? 1 year, 10 year, 1,000 years? We don't know those things, right? That's not what we're asking to decide today. So the uncertainty of I don't know how much money we need and how we should structure it. That's not what they're looking for today. My opinion is that we move forward with. Now, if we could word it to say we're going to go to operational and or capital referendum in April, I think that gives the direction so that we can keep moving forward. Yeah, good point.
Any other board members? Mr. Nichols, are you still with us?
Oh, yes. I was lost there for a while, but I made it back.
Oh, well, we're glad to have you back. Did you want to have any statements on the referendum?
No, I'm pretty much kind of where Brian is. I think, we need to move forward. What it is, we don't know tonight. There's no way. I mean, we don't have a number. It'd be absolutely a shot in the dark, and that's never a good thing. So, I don't know I'm not sure how to word it, but I mean, just move approval of a operational referendum, and if we change it, we change it. Let's keep it simple till we get to where it gets difficult.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nichols. I think I got most of what you said. Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, just to touch again, maybe it's as simple as not saying either. Something about, approving of going to referendum in April 2025 and leaving it as simple as that. And we can make the further decisions when we do have all those numbers.
Mr. Hankins?
I'm just kind of confused. I don't know what's the difference between what we're doing right now. We've given them the nod to go ahead. I don't think we're stopping anything by a vote tonight on this. I think they already have our nod, and we've said that as a consensus to move forward. I'm not ready to commit to it yet. I don't think we need to. I think that admin's going to keep moving forward, and I don't know why we have to have this vote tonight. Nothing's changing. They're going to keep moving forward. We don't need to do it yet. I think once these numbers start coming in, and then the real battle begins. But I think we got to narrow it down. We got to look at the numbers, see what operations need, and and Bob talked about going to hybrid model. What's the ask going to be? I think we're all in agreement that a referendum is on the table. So I don't think we've given admin the go-ahead to keep moving until we say no. So I don't think this vote is needed tonight. I don't know what it changes from tonight to last night with the referendum and admin moving forward with it.
Dr. Garrison?
Yes, thank you so much. One of the things that we have to remember is, and I've stated this before and I will state it again, our district has had these needs for year over year over year. So, Mr. Hankins, I understand what your thought process is, but when it comes to referendums, this is a board's referendum, and the board has to give me, no matter what, we decide to do the green light to not only continue to proceed, but there is no going back once I do proceed, if that makes any sense. We are going to put in time to get this right for the community, for the board. The board's going to put in time as well. And so there's a point of the board making this commitment that we want to move this forward. And I understand, again, that the numbers aren't there. I understand that we haven't nailed down the exact amount. But again, I know in previous conversations that wasn't there, and the board said we'd want to move forward with a referendum in April 2025. What it looks like, we will get that information to the entire team. You all are, of course, welcome to attend these conversations. You all will be there 9 times out of 10 anyway. So you'll be a part of the conversation. It just gives us that we are going to move in this direction as a team, as a unit. as a collective, and especially as a board, because again, this is the board's referendum, and we do need that solid. we want to do this with your, of course, with your full support. And Mrs. Levy, I also understand your thought process as well. I've always understood like you want direct information. That information is coming. It's going to be there. We kind of gave a snapshot of that at our last conversation, just to show the board that no matter what model we put in, there's going to be a deficit. Whether we put 0, 3%, no percent, we're going to have a deficit. And so we will need that operational support. Right now, to be honest with you, again, operational seems to be where we're mostly landing, that need that support, because there's going to be different variables once we start adding different capital or even if it's a hybrid. And so there's those thoughts that we are still floating with. And so thank you for allowing that time just to make sure we're all on the same page. Again, we need that commitment from the board, because again, once we get moving, once the board gives me the space to move, there is no turning back, because we need to make sure this is in place for our community, for our students, and for the school district at large.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Ms. Levy?
Thank you. So I just like to be very clear so that we all know what we are voting on, or if we are not voting, what we are giving consensus for. Spoiler alert, I absolutely support a referendum. My concern, Dr. Garrison, is that and I could be completely wrong, so feel free to correct me. The thing I believe you're looking for, you are not going to get tonight, because as Board President Johnson said, and I'm paraphrasing, it's not final until it's final. So we can vote tonight to support a referendum, and you can find yourself 2-3 months from now and not having 4 votes to support a referendum. So I just want, and I'm not passing judgment on that. I'm not saying that's right, wrong, and different, but I just want us to be eyes wide open in this process, because that would not be outside of the realm of possibility for this group to do. And I'll let that lie right there. So really, what does a vote mean to you tonight? Because we can say, yeah, go ahead and do those things. And then when those numbers come in, when people start hearing input from the community, we're like, whoa, some of us might say, I don't want to do this anymore. The timing's not right. And then my question is, since we, collectively, already voted to hire a firm to help us with this thing that we are not willing to commit to, when does the billing start? And what's the financial for that? Are they billing us for December for a thing we don't have numbers for and can't decide if we want to commit to or not?
I can answer the billing thought. The billing starts really when this board says we will be going to operational or capital referendum in April of 25. That's when the billing starts, and that could start tonight with a decision. Our hopes again in this conversation is there is no way that we are in a place to say that we will not be going to referendum April 2025. From a district perspective, the board would have to make the final decision. I get that. But there's a deficit that we cannot continue to keep running through year over year, spaces. And that's just where we are. You're right, Mrs. Levy. You're right, Mr. Hankins. There's some numbers that we haven't came to with yet. I think the district has to, and I say district, we understand that the resolution is the resolution. At the end, the board will have to make that final decision. And if we got that far down the road, again, I will hope that it's 7-0. I would hope that, right? But that wasn't the case even in the previous referendums that we had, from the first one to the second one was 7-0. The first one wasn't. And so we have this, that's the space that the board has to operate from, because it is the board's, of course, referendum. And so I just know that this gives me the green light to continue down this path of doing other work that it's going to take to get a question forward, to work with our communications team, because they will start billing as soon as we get the commitment around we want to go to referendum in some shape or manner, April of 2025.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I want to fully honor what Ms. Levy said and also what Mr. Anderson said. So with full understanding that, of course, people can do what they do when it's time to vote on the actual resolution. I think I really appreciated, Mr. Anderson, your comments, and I think that this is sort of like our speak now moment. So I know, Ms. Levy, you just gave your spoiler alert. I made my intentions pretty clear. If anybody has reservations about whether or not to go, period. So Dr. Garrison, to your point, I think like what I'm hearing Mr. Hinkins say is more like, we don't know if we're gonna go to operational or capital, we have to get more information. I just wanna clarify with my colleagues right now, is there anything on the table or anything that has not yet been put on the table that might stop us from asking any referendum question? I think that Dr. Garrison is looking for that reassurance, and I think he's wise to do so, because planning and doing all the referendum work is a giant task, and the opportunity cost is great. That's time and expertise that can be spent elsewhere if we're not gonna go, right? So no one's beholden to answer my question, but I just think if anybody, I would appreciate it if anybody does have any reservations about going, that we put this into the space right now so that our administration can make good decisions.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Brian Nichols, your hand is up.
It is. Thank you. Dr. Garrison, I guess the only question I'll ask, I've already said my piece, but would we be in a better position 2 weeks from tonight with a potential number to say, let's go get it, than we are tonight?
Sure. I think, yes, we'll be in a better position every day. Every day we're looking at our budget. We're using the model as a projections and plugging in and changing things. So, of course, yes, we'll be better 2 weeks from now. We'll be better 2 weeks thereafter, 4 weeks thereafter, because again, like you already mentioned, Mr. Nichols, a lot of these are projections. They're assumptions that we have. We're fairly close at year one, then year two, we're get a little further away from the target in year 3 and 4, because again, assumptions are as such. We don't know what CPI is going to be 5 years down the road. We know what it's going to be possibly next year, and I say possibly next year. We don't know what the funding mechanisms will be in July when the preliminary budget is when the state releases its biannual budget. We don't know what our October numbers will look like based off of when we get that information. So there's a lot of information that we just don't have and we won't have. But districts know this very clearly across the state. There's going to be a need for funding, and we are definitely in that space as a school district. And so just want to make sure that's the context. Again, great question, Mr. Nichols. A great question from the board as well.
Mr. Chady?
Just a quick couple of things. One, the reason why this is on the agenda tonight, just to help board members make the recollection and the connection to a week ago, the board was asked to approve or hire a communications firm to assist with these endeavors. And there was some hesitation by a couple of board members, if I recall correctly, about their willingness to do that when you haven't yet decided to go to referendum. So I think that's one of the impetuses as to why it was back on the agenda for you to consider. What type of referendum? Operations and capital, the how much questions, all those are good things. Board Member Nichols asked about, 2 weeks, will we be able to have a number? Sure. 2 weeks thereafter, the number will probably be better yet. I can give you a number today, but more importantly, the board needs to give us numbers, because I want to know what you intend to pay staff over the next 3 or 4 years. Because I could factor it as 0, no increase for any staff over 4 years. That doesn't help us with our retention challenges. But if you want to say, hey, we want to do CPI or whatever the CPI might be, because who knows what CPI is going to be in year 2, 3, or 4. I mean, we can make informed guesses and bring that to you, for your review and stamp of approval. That's good, or let's make some modifications. But as we make changes to some of these variables, the domino, everything else in that budget model changes too. So, I think what we presented a week ago as far as the budget scenario is just, a shot at the dartboard. We hit it, but we were far from the target. We need to refine our accuracy and try to get, closer and closer to the target. And that will just take, the next 4 or 6 weeks, honestly. And I think it's important also to hold the referendum workshop on Saturday. Listen to the feedback that we receive there. And then quite honestly, we need to strategize as to how we're going to address some of our needs and what those costs are going to be as well. So, none of that has yet been factored into those snapshots that you saw a week ago.
Thank you, Mr. Chady. Ms. Levy.
Thank you, Mr. Chady. You just addressed part of my question. I think Saturday is really important, and I think we need to open it up for if community members, staff, et cetera, are not able to come, this is how you can submit your portion of the vision. And then I would love for the board to gather after that when we can, with the administration, process that information. We can prioritize. These are our critical needs. These are the dollars associated with those needs. Because Mr. Chady, I completely agree with you. It's not just the administration giving us a number, but really us working in collaboration to come to that number that's going to benefit our district and our community. So I see it as like a two-part thing, but I do want to make sure that we're being intentional about soliciting feedback from community members that can't physically be with us on Saturday. And if we could establish a window for that, like this is the deadline to submit your visioning, and then we can monetize that and prioritize it to build out that number.
Mr. Hankins.
Yes, I agree, and that's why I kind of emphasized the Saturday meeting. Yes, the board may decide, but it's the public who's going to vote on a referendum. And I've heard out of Dr. Garrison's mouth about we don't want to go into this unless we're going to pass. We haven't heard back the feedback yet. Referendum's like a dirty R word, and I know that there is a need for it, but the voters are the ones who are the ones that are going to say yes or no. I think we need to get some ownership. I think Saturday is a great step. The next board meeting, like Brian said, if we put it off for another 2 weeks, the citizens' participation will be able to weigh in on it. Yes, it was on the agenda tonight and no one spoke on it. But I just think we've all learned that we need community involvement in our decisions. And if we didn't learn that in the last year, then we didn't listen to anything. So I don't think that this board, we should go ahead and say that now. I think we need to listen to the community and what they say yes or no. And yes, it is a board decision, but the voters will say yay or nay. We need their input.
Ms. Miller.
Thanks. This wasn't why I had my hand up, but I think, Mr. Hankins, I think what Dr. Garrison's looking for from us is not like we're only going to go if it passes like in the election. I think he just wants to know that it's going to pass, like the board is going to approve a resolution to go. Just wanted to clarify. But yeah, I fully agree with everything you said. And actually the reason I wanted to weigh in is that, again, like we had a really good conversation earlier with Dr. Garrison and Mr. Chady, just kind of like floating ideas. And I think Mr. Hankins and I are very much on the same page about we need to make sure that we're elevating voices in our community and also getting information directly from our buildings. So like another thought, Ms. Levy, to your point, if we are able to, and maybe this is action we could take tonight, if we could just commit to on Saturday, whether it's us staying later on Saturday or like scheduling a time very soon for us to all sit down together, listen to take what the feedback we get, and I'm sure we'll continue to get, right? Get the feedback too from our building principals like, here are academic behavioral needs. Here's what we need to meet them, right? Like what positions do we need in addition to? What resources and materials do we need to sustain or add? What facility changes or might we need? And we should be able to like work then and hear from our administration who can elevate those voices to say, this is the dollar amount that it's going to take at each building to fully realize the vision that we all have. And I would love to come out of that meeting. The other thing that like Tom and I talked about earlier is like coming out of that with like, again, that shared sort of elevator pitch vision that all of us, including administrators, like we're all on the same page. That is vision driven, because no one wants to say, like if we're talking right now about, are we gonna go to the community and ask them to fund our district? No one wants to fund something when there's no vision and they can't really see like what is the value of this. So I think like the most important work that we can do together is to take that feedback, listen to the people who are running our schools, let them tell us what they need to do, what we're asking them to do, and then come out with a vision and values statement that really helps people, and I'm just gonna overuse this word, visualize where we're trying to go, right? Like paint a picture, like what do we want for our kids? So that's really where I'm at. I'm more than happy to vote right at this moment to say, yes, I agree that we need to go to some kind of referendum. If that's not where my colleagues are, cool, but I'll just state that since that is the actual agenda item, and I would really love it if that's a conversation that we could have, whether it's Saturday or shortly thereafter. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Dr. Garrison, would it be possible for you to send out a list of questions to the building administrators with those specific questions? What are your needs? What are the building maintenance needs? What needs to be done? And the reason I'm asking that is I understand it's a Saturday morning. Perhaps not all principals and building admin can be there. But if they can weigh in ahead of time, that would be greatly appreciated.
So I know the board is, having this discussion, but naturally as a district administrator, I've already started having those conversations, and I've already gathered a lot of that information from the buildings as well. I'm asked them to, go to their staff and put together possible wish lists that they would like to see in their buildings, as well as conversations around the possibilities of what that will look like if we wouldn't pass the referendum as well. And so I've already done that part. I do have a snapshot from our buildings, from our principal teams in that space, because I have to, again, stay ahead of the conversation. Naturally, this is not, again, a new thing for me, not a new thing for the school district. I'm a little bit, I'll be honest with you all, I'm a little bit perplexed right now because I believe we went back, the board asked me to bring some numbers to you all. We did that. We brought together a snapshot of kind of what we're thinking about. I brought back the conversation as it pertains to the PR conversation. We did that. And so I don't want the board to believe for a second that I'm not committed to this conversation. I know we all are at some point committed to this conversation, but what I'm asking for right now is just the board to say we commit to going to referendum in 2025. That's what I'm asking the board to commit to. And I think that's a reasonable ask. Again, knowing that there's no certainties with the and I'm not laughing because it's funny, but there's no certainties with the resolution language and how the board will vote there. But at least we have that commitment at this level that we want to go to referendum 2025. And when we get the resolution in front of you all, naturally the board could change that. You could say instead of 4 years, we want to do 3 years. Instead of 3 years, we want to do 2 years. You all can change that space that we work from. I can tell you that I've had conversations with our communications department as early as, not the communications department, our communications partner as early as Wednesday, and then again on Friday, and again today. And so we have to keep these conversations going because of the timeline that we're working from. There's only 2 weeks in December. Realistically, none of us are going to work the week of the 25th. We're not going to be here in this building on the 25th, 24th when we have when there's a vacation time that that the district has. The following week is New Year's, and then we come back on the 3rd. And so if I look at a timeline, and I'm just telling you all, I'm looking at a timeline, January the 7th is a board meeting, and then the following week is, I'd like to call it a possible another work week where we would need to probably have another conversation at this level. The following week is state convention, and then it's something that's due. We're working with less than, one could argue, 30 days to put this resolution together. And so there is a sense of urgency that we are working from, and I do believe that everyone is working from that same sense of urgency. All of the board members are asking the right questions around what we're trying to accomplish here. But what I'm looking for is you all to commit to, we want to go to referendum in 2025. And when we get to that resolution, I do understand that that could look different from a voting perspective. Okay, I do understand that. And so I just want to make sure I know kind of where I'm at again in this conversation based off of the needs of our school district.
Ms. Miller?
I'd like to move that we go to referendum in April of 2025.
I'll second.
Motion to go to referendum in April of 2025, moved by Megan Miller, seconded by Brian Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Schultz, may we get a roll call vote, please?
Absolutely. Megan Miller.
Aye.
Tom Hankins.
Nay.
Brian Anderson.
Aye.
Brian Nichols.
Aye.
Amy Levy.
Aye.
And Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-1.
The next item is formation of an ad hoc committee. The purpose of this is to establish an ad hoc committee through discussion, create a title for the committee and its specific purpose, and propose persons to potentially serve on the committee. Dr. Garrison?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Mrs. Johnson. And I'll be quick with this thought. The ad hoc committee has done they set out to do a purpose that the board had put forth from this table, move to the operations conversation for further conversation, and then of course move to the space to work with administration. I do believe that the ad hoc committee has worked through that recommendation, and at this point we're looking for the board to consider what that ad hoc committee will look like moving forward. At the Business Operation and Finance Committee conversation, we did have that general space to have the discussion. And although from the Business Operation and Finance Committee, the decision was to do nothing, we do know that there is a shelf life that they had of working through the conversation up until January the 30th. Mr. Chady did make a suggestion that whatever form of ad hoc committee could move forward until the October timeframe. I'm not against that thought at all. However, I just wanted to make sure people understand that when you have, based off of policy, there's certain things that we have to kind of do to keep things moving forward. So we had a timeline that they were working from. That timeline, they've worked through that timeline. That timeline is coming to an end. We need to set another conversation and from an administrative perspective. However, this is the board's decision to determine how they want to move forward with the ad hoc team. Again, coming from the Business Operation and Finance Committee, there was no decision made with the dissolving of that current team. And again, no action doesn't mean no action means it will stay its course until the action that the board set forth comes to an end, which is December the 30th. From that, the board has this discussion now. Again, I would like to thank the ad hoc committee for the work that they put in partnership with the school district to kind of, work through our budget conversation. And, here we are now. I will say I do believe that the ad hoc space has completed its assignment that was set forth by the board, and the referendum conversation does have its space, along with some budgetary conversations as well moving forward.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, so just to follow up on that conversation that in the finance committee. I think the decision ended up being a no decision of not to dissolve or extend or do anything because we just, at least I felt that it was, like Dr. Garrison said, that group did a wonderful job on that task, and it was fairly specific on how that was laid out. And I think the thought is, my opinion is, absolutely want another ad hoc committee. It can even be the same group of people, extend it to October 31st to cover and charge it with covering referendum conversations and the 25-26 budget conversation that has to be resolved by October 31st. And so that would be the outline that I would look for, not changing a whole lot other than creating it new from the standpoint of clear what its charge is versus amending their previous charge, so it's clear.
Thank you. Ms. Levy?
Thank you. I'm absolutely in favor of having a budget ad hoc committee. It seems like it would potentially run from January through the end of October. I'm leery of also including the referendum because logistically our question has to be submitted on January 21st. So that's really giving any new iteration of this committee 3 weeks, or not even 3 weeks because it has to go to legal. I just think that's unrealistic to have this committee play a hand in shaping the referendum questions because they literally have like 2 weeks to or less to do any real work on that. And I don't think the role of the committee is to promote the referendum, although I hope committee members will support the referendum. So I don't think it makes sense to include referendum work with the budget work.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. And I agree with most of what you're saying, with the exception of the referendum. A referendum discussion for an ad hoc committee doesn't necessarily have to be limited to just an April 2025 referendum. It may be such that the board or the administration hypothetically throws out there, hey, you know what, we are short on time. Let's ask for what we need, and maybe in the future have a bigger scale referendum that has more of the broader vision, giving us more time to work with the community and get more input and more long-term strategy thinking. Ms. Miller?
Yeah, thank you. No, I agree. I think, Ms. Levy, I agree with you that the charge shouldn't be to help develop the question, although certainly we're collecting input. That feels like, yeah, setting people up for a frustrating experience, right? Although I agree, Board President Johnson, yeah, I think like I think it's really difficult to separate, right? Like the referendum discussion from the budget. I think the two are just inherently braided together. So I really appreciate Board Member Anderson, like what you're saying about just being specific, right, with the charge. And like, I'd like to hear more from the administration, like what they believe in terms of language, or just, you know, your experience too, as having chaired or been the board person for the committee. What specific language and scope is appropriate to both honor kind of like what Ms. Levy is saying, like, we don't want to set somebody up to think, oh, I'm going to be on this committee and I'm going to help shape the question, because that's just not realistic with the timeline, not for any lack of desire for that, and certainly for future questions, that's a great idea, right? And so I'd love to hear more from you about that, but actually the original reason I sort of put my hand up is I'm wondering too, I mean, it's December, so people are going to say, like, maybe I want to run for the school board, but they may not have done paperwork yet, right? So could we open up, is it possible to open up the committee or the ad hoc to anybody who might yet submit paperwork who's not currently on the board, who might want to run? I'm just kind of asking, I'm not sure what the logistics would be, like if we establish the committee tonight, but let's say like 2 weeks from now, somebody decides to run, could they be invited to participate? Because that might be a really nice way for people to get acclimated, right? Like as a potential new board member on like how that might work, you know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to kind of put that question out.
Thank you. Brian Nichols.
Thank you. Well, I'm in agreement that the charge, and we talked about this in the Business Ops Finance Committee this evening, but I'm of the opinion that, yeah, it needs to be focused a lot on the budget, but at the same time, as you said, Board President Johnson, the referendum, not necessarily this referendum as much, but future referendums, and specifically, don't shoot me, I'm just bringing it all out, but, you know, come April the 2nd, we'll know whether or not we need to head working on different things for the future. And that would be a good time to have this group together. That's why I suggested we don't change any of the group as long as they want to participate again. For those that don't, we fill in with a person here or a person there or a person there, whatever it is, because I think the size was pretty reasonable. Board Member Anderson, I think hopefully you agree, but I think the size, well, the whole board, I think you agree that the size was pretty good. It was a good combination of people working together. It wasn't too big. It wasn't too small. They got a lot accomplished. They asked a lot of good questions, and I think just let them have at it again. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Mr. Hankins.
Yes, I'm thinking before, I'm not sure if this happened, Mr. Anderson, but did you have a debriefing with the ad hoc committee so we can improve on how that went for them, their concerns on how we could improve any ad hoc committee, and we take those ideas forward to the next one?
So I didn't have specific conversations about, hey, this worked well, this didn't. They presented their findings to the entire board and their recommendations. But, obviously a debrief of, or kind of an autopsy of what worked and what didn't. I think that makes that group the perfect group to jump back in because they understand those challenges. And they were largely, they're in charge of their own activities, from day one. So I think if there's things that they've identified that worked well, didn't work well, that's something they can, likely resolve, by themselves. I think it's an independent committee and they're just reporting results, right? So I think it's a capable group that can tweak what they did if they feel they need to improve and bring better results or be more efficient or whatever challenges they might have had. But I don't know if they had any specific challenges.
Okay, but I just want to know, was their experience good? I don't even know if they would, if it's been posed to keep the same group, were they feel gratified? Did they feel ungratified? I know we all thanked them. They feel like, I think we're going into this with a little bit of closed-mindedness to think that everything was all hunky-dory in the ad hoc committee and the same people will do the same thing again. I think we owe it to them to debrief them and see how we can improve their experience and our experiences with them.
Thank you, everyone, for all of your thoughts and conversation. It is 9:40, and if nobody objects, as Ms. Miller said, we do have the workshop on Saturday with the referendum discussion. I am open to suggesting the board do stay a little longer and we have this be an agenda item then.
I think that's a great idea. I'm totally down for that.
Does anyone have any objection? Mr. Nichols.
No objection. I think that's a great idea. I just noticed, though, and I noticed on the agenda that the ad hoc committee is invited to the meeting. Is that correct? On Saturday?
Yes, membership was invited to that conversation.
Okay, good. Be a good place to talk, wouldn't it? Thanks.
Okay, seeing no objections, then we will add this to the agenda for Saturday after the broader workshop discussion. That brings us to the consent agenda. Typically, there is no separate discussion of the items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item or items will be removed from the general order of business and considered in their normal sequence on the agenda. Are there any board members that would like to have any items removed from the consent agenda? Mr. Nichols.
Yes, 7D.
7D. Any other members? I will accept a motion for approval of the consent agenda with the exception of 7D.
So moved.
Second.
Motion for approval by Megan Miller, seconded by Tom Hankins. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 7D, Mr. Nichols.
Okay, well, just understand, I'm not saying no. This is a lot of money that seems, I don't know, I understand it's grant funded. Could the grant funding be used anywhere else? Secondly, you know, a 2-hour virtual meeting is $2,800. That seems like more than my doctor charges. That just seems, this is new to me, but I feel like this should have come to the board for approval. And, this should have been a presentation item. My opinion should have been a presentation item, just like any class change or whatever like that should come to the board rather than go into the consent agenda. And that's why I came like that. So
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Any other board members? Ms. Miller?
Thanks. Could we just maybe hear from the administration, like the nature of like why we're asking for it, just so we can get the context that we need to vote?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Dr. Garrison?
Thank you. Mr. Eric Weir and Principal Dr. Schroeder is also here to, answer any board questions that you all may have about this opportunity that we have with the Marzano Group. And so just to give you, I think one of the questions was, can the grant funding be used anywhere else? And I'll turn it over to my team to kind of walk us through some of those thoughts.
Yeah. Good evening. So earlier this school year, I had brought forward a presentation around our federal identifications. Beloit Learning Academy is one of our schools that has an S identification. They have the most critical identification, which is CSI, which is a need for continuous improvement. So we have a DPI assigned consultant that we touch base with. We have to provide quarterly progress monitoring updates and data to the state to show that Beloit Learning Academy is working towards bettering academic outcomes for all of their students. Part of that is getting a plan pre-approved by the state. So the state has approved BLA's plan going forward, and their evidence-based improvement strategy is professional learning to inform adult practices, ultimately to better the outcomes of students within that building. And so with that, Dr. Schroeder got her team together, and they have been doing work this year as part of their CSI work with the Marzano Group. And so this is to continue that work moving forward. And I'll let her speak a little more to the specifics within that.
Yes, so we've been working with Dirk DeBoer from Marzano Resources. He's come in twice, and we've had really positive feedback from our staff. We do whole group work, and then he also does some individual coaching around our proficiency scales as we're implementing standards-based grading and learning. So we are just hoping to continue this work through this school year using our CSI funds.
And I'll just add to that funding source it's a grant fund from the state. So the U.S. Department of Ed gives Wisconsin money to facilitate improvement through their ESSA identifications, and the state of Wisconsin has pushed those forward to buildings in the form of grants. And so if you're an ATSI identification or a CSI identification for a school, you receive funding from the state specifically to move forward your evidence-based improvement strategies in your school improvement plan. And so BLA is awarded a per pupil dollar amount based on their enrollment to move this work. So that funding is specific to that, and it can't be used for anything outside of professional learning for that building only.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Nichols. Brian, are you still there?
I'm sorry. Erica, what is the per pupil amount? You mentioned that.
To be honest, off the top of my head, I don't have it memorized. I can definitely get that and share that with you guys.
Okay. And also, what is the? So this is just for the teachers, correct?
Correct.
And how many are there at BLA?
So doing this specific work, we have anywhere from 12 to 15, depending on the professional learning dates. So.
Okay. So that works out to $2,900 a teacher, correct? That's what my math says. So, okay. Okay. Well, again, my opinion is, and it's my opinion, one of seven. I just think this should have come to the full board for approval prior to. Sorry, should have come to the full board before being put on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Any other board members have questions?
Yeah, just one quick one. So it's grant funded, can't be used for anything else. Is it fully grant funded, or is the grant 30,000 and we're spending 50? I just want to be clear.
Yeah, no, in fact, I was just in Wise Grants today building out the budgets for BLA, and then Fruzen is our other identified school. So Beloit Learning Academy has just over $67,000 that is given to them. So this professional learning is 100% paid for by that grant. The additional funds are budgeted out for additional staff work time to then take what they learn and work to build it into their, systems within the building.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hankins.
Yeah, just a quick question, Eric. What is the how many students are in BLA presently?
Sorry about that. As of today, 114.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nichols. Brian?
Sorry.
No problem.
Yes, I'm here. So what's the actual name of the grant, Mr. Weir?
CSI.
VFI?
C as in continuous, S
Okay.
as in systems, I as in improvement.
Okay.
Any other questions? I would entertain a motion for this item.
I'd like to move approval of the Marzano Resources Purchase Agreement for continued professional learning through August 2025 in an amount not to exceed $44,000.
Second.
Motion for approval of the, I'm sorry, Ms. Miller, I did not write down what you were saying.
No, ma'am, it's okay. I'm just reading it right from the recommended action, but it's move approval of the Marzano Resources Purchase Agreement for continued professional learning through August 2025 in an amount not to exceed $44,000.
Okay, and the motion by Megan Miller, seconded by Amy Levy. Any discussion? Oh, Mr. Hankins.
Thank you. Yes, and we've talked quite a bit about measuring results. And I know you've said you've had this in the past. How do we know if you're getting the best bang for the buck out of this, besides you saying it's a wonderful opportunity and this, that? Is there measurable results you can get out of this?
Absolutely, it's required by the DPI, so we have to report on that. Marzano themselves actually surveys our staff, and then we get those results, and then, of course, we're measuring student achievement.
So then we could look back the last 2 years and see what the results were?
We just started working with Marzano this fall, so.
Okay, well, that's good to know that we can measure.
Mr. Nichols.
Question on the surveys. Are the surveys included in the cost? Or are they extra?
Nope, it's just a part of Marzano's practice. We don't pay for that at all.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Garrison?
I don't have any further discussion. I think the team has answered the questions from the group. The recommended action is, again, not to exceed that $44,000 based off of what we put on the board reports. Again, it's CSI. It comes from the state. It's a grant fully funded. It's not coming out of our budget. It has to be used for specifics that is approved by DPI. Again, from a high-level overview snapshot, that's what is being asked to approve. And again, based off of the new policy, we have to bring this type of information to you all for approval. And again, that's just where we are in the conversation. Since we had already started this and then the policy went in place, I didn't want to not bring certain things to you that we had started, but here's another thought that we didn't want to miss this coming to the board.
Thank you. Ms. Levy?
Yeah, really quickly, I think this is a good moment to pause. And because there has been that change in policy, if something is coming to the board because it has a financial cost that needs to be approved under this modified policy, I think it may be helpful to the administration if we let them know, hey, this should go to business operations and finance, or if it's school related, even though it's being brought to us because of the cost, this should go to TLE, or we're comfortable with it coming to the full board, just maybe not under the consent agenda. If we could give the administration direction, that might be helpful.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments before we vote on this motion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Future board meetings. Our board workshop, Saturday, December 7th at 8:30 a.m., and I believe that is located here? Located here. Board Professional Development, Wednesday, December 11th at 5 p.m. Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee meeting, Tuesday, December 17th at 5 p.m. And our next regular board meeting will be Tuesday, December 17th at 6 p.m. Our next item is Human Resources Employment Recommendations. Are there any open session questions for any of the exhibits? Ms. Levy? Ms. Levy?
Thank you. Yep. Oh, sorry. I was just trying to manage a couple different screens. Open session. Does the private? So I'm starting with Exhibit A. Does the private tutor?
Ms. Levy, can you increase the volume of your microphone? You're a little muffled.
Is this better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Let me pull up my question. So for the private tutor, does that individual serve students within the district who are residents, or is it students who are outside of our district?
They serve students that are part of our Beloit school district boundaries, but that are attending a private school, a non-school district of Beloit school.
Got it. And then my follow-up to that is I noticed it was up to 5 hours. How is that number determined? Is that like our minimum obligation? And how do students access those services?
So we have a number of tutors that we're required to have, and the reason why this came about is because one of our existing tutors cannot do the full 20 hours per week, and so this supplements that. But we do not assign them. It's based on the school's needs for tutoring for those students. But we do not pay anything in excess of.
Got it. Thank you. And then the effective date for the biliteracy instructional coach at Fruzen, is that accurate?
Yes, it is. And so you will see on any exhibit that the date the person last worked for us is farther behind than when we presented. That is based on when we recoup the liquidated damages. We do not approve them being off contract until they pay their liquidated fees.
Got it. And then my other question is for Exhibit B. So Board President Johnson, if you want to take these one at a time, I'm completely fine with waiting.
Go right ahead, Ms. Levy.
Okay, thank you. With Exhibit B, could someone just confirm the years of experience for the middle school swim coach and also the football coach at the middle school level?
Yes, if you give me a moment, I can look that up for you.
And then while you're doing that, those used to be included on the exhibit, and that made it helpful for us to look at the matrix and confirm those amounts. So if we could just include those moving forward, that would be great.
And while we're waiting for Mrs. Almendarez, Brian Nichols.
Actually, I have a question for Mrs. Almondera, so I don't want to interrupt her while she's trying to find information.
I wanted to confirm, but yes, they are both 0 prior experience placements.
Thank you so much.
Mrs. Almendares?
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Question, as of today, how many teacher openings and para openings do you have?
That's a good question. That number fluctuates as we hire and separate employees. If you give me another minute, I can run and get those numbers for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. I'll be sure to bring those numbers with me to the next board meeting. Almost
Okay,
there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course. All right. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I'm showing currently 13 teachers in our group and paraeducators. And a total of 13 paras.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Are there any other open session questions for any of the exhibits? Are there any closed session questions for any of the exhibits? Ms. Levy, you have a closed session? Okay.
I do.
So, let's see. A motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering specific personnel recommendations. And this is a personnel recommendation from Exhibit A? Okay.
Yes.
I will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Amy Levy to go into closed session, seconded by Tom Hankins. Any discussion? Ms. Schultz, may we get a roll call, please?
Yes. Amy Levy,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Tom Hankins, Megan Miller. I think she has not rejoined us. And Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried.
The board will reconvene in public session in order to take any action on the items discussed in closed session. Thank you so much. Okay, we are back in open session on human resources. Oops. Sorry about that. Let's start with Exhibit B. Can I get a motion for approval of Exhibit B of Human Resources?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Amy Levy, seconded by Brian Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously for Exhibit B. For Exhibit A, are there any names or positions somebody would like to have pulled for a separate vote?
I move approval of Exhibit A minus the assistant principal position at Merrill.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Levy, seconded by Brian Anderson, to approve Exhibit A minus the position of the assistant principal at Merrill. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for the approval of the assistant principal position at Merrill?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Anderson, seconded by Brian Nichols for the approval of the assistant principal position at Merrill. Any discussion? Ms. Levy?
Thank you. Yeah, well, I appreciate the importance of filling this position and the difficulty at the time of the year we're looking to fill this position. Just as I can't support someone for leadership that is not fully licensed, that will be evaluating other educational professionals. So I'm not able to support this recommendation.
Any other comments? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Brian Anderson, seconded by Tom Hankins. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Everyone have a wonderful night. Thank you, everyone.
Good night.